It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom led pilgrims from Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin Wharf, Fenway Park, Omar Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everybody today? Oh, hold on 1 second. You know what? Let me do this first. Real quick. Just gonna get my coffee, but let's watch this in the meantime real quick.
To be false. There is no way to misinterpret her actual statement. The next thing he says, every one of the witnesses for the government have been forthcoming. They've been forthcoming. Truthful. It means honest. It means transparent. That's what forthcoming means. And these witnesses have been anything but. Not a single witness originally admitted that Colin Albert was ever in that house.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
We had to figure that out. The next thing that you should note, Mr. Morse should probably note, is that the Commonwealth is damn well aware that Jennifer McCabe scrubbed her cell phone of nearly every communication with the Alberts on the morning that John was killed. And she intentionally deleted that now famous, infamous 2:27 a.m. Google search of how long it takes to die in the cold. Again, truthful, honest, transparent. These witnesses have been anything but, Mr. Morrissey. So you should watch your statements and read the witness testimony and know the evidence before making statements.
Yeah.
Morning, Mikey.
What's up, partner?
How you doing, bud?
I'm better now. Right?
Look relaxed, bud. Ooh, shaved and everything.
Yeah, huh?
Hey, how are the doggies doing? How they doing with the heat?
They love it, man.
Yeah.
We have, well, I don't know. We have air conditioning, so it's
Yeah. But cool.
They don't know what it's like to be a real dog back in the day when they grew up.
Hey, I was thinking about you the other day.
Well, yeah?
Yeah. I was
Good. You weren't touching yourself or anything, right?
almost. I was at the McLaren dealership.
Oh.
You know that thing you got in the garage?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one of them with, a 5-liter
yeah?
Coyote swap. Mike? $275 and worth every penny.
Wow.
It's in the showroom.
Oh, really?
Same color as yours.
No
Same
way, really?
I thought it's yours, except I would say it's a toss up.
Yeah.
Between the two, but they're asking $275.
Wow.
Yeah, dude, I was all over it. I think they have a different suspension setup on that one than what you have.
Right.
Yours is more functional, where I think theirs is show. But
yeah, you drive it on Sundays. Yeah, mine's an everyday truck. You can bring it on the beach and shit. Yeah,
that's not the one. You don't drive that truck much.
Yeah, that's
once,
different.
3 or 4 times a year. Yeah,
that's
what a beautiful truck, though, Mike. Wow.
I know. I read an article that's like Nantucket's full of them now.
Yeah,
a lot of people driving them. Yeah.
Yep.
I guess it must have started something back
I
in the
haven't been
day.
there for a while.
Nantucket?
Yeah.
It's the same.
It's gotta be.
Fuck you,
15,
money.
20 years.
Yeah.
The vineyard was nice.
Vineyard's nice. I've been over
And
there
no,
a
it's
bunch.
just come back. I spent some time over there.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, a couple days.
Nice. Nice.
So
I
it was
saw
very
that
nice.
you had a couple guests on. I saw RVA was on and Donkey was on and
We had some amazing callers.
we're blessed.
I'm blessed in so many ways.
Yeah, there you go. I was waiting for it.
Oh
So
my!
I think the last time I was talking to you were going to the Sandra Birchmore stuff, and I read your tweet and stuff. That was pretty fucked up.
Whatever.
You know, I don't want to beat a dead horse. I'm just talking about
Listen,
it. You know,
you can't change that, and it is what it is. And I don't know. They don't want me to go. Fine, I'm not gonna go.
all right. It's
That's
easy
all
as
right.
that, right?
I'm still gonna
Easy as
cover
that.
it. I just won't go. That's fine. Make
Yeah.
this. That's an easy fix, right? I mean, how
It's-
next? Do something hard, you know?
It's
That's
the
easy.
I believe it's just the movement's fault. Not the fault, but loss, I should say.
Just like they wanted to take over the second buffers, the second trial. They wanted to take over the buffer zone and do what they wanted to do, and they did. I didn't get in their way, did I?
No,
I didn't impede anything, did I?
no,
I let them do their things, didn't I?
they did.
Same with this. Okay, that's all. At least tell me. Now I know.
I'd rather have.
Phone call may have worked a little bit easier, but I mean, I don't know.
I'd rather have them tell you straight up, and I'll give Mizzy credit. Like she just said, okay, I'm getting so much pushback from this. I'm just going to put it out there.
She
And
got
did.
a phone call. That's all.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Well, you know, it is what it is.
That's all there is, dude.
So
I can't do anything about it.
That's right.
Zero. So it's not even worth my time to talk about.
But been watching this trial with the kid that's up for murder, and the lady Scaramucci is her
Yeah.
defense, and now
Yeah.
Proctor investigated the murder, and
They want, yeah. Oh, lagging. Is it me?
me.
Oh, it's you, or is it me?
Yeah,
Oh, there you go.
it was me.
Yeah, Mike, hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
No offense, and I know it's Monday morning, but could we just not go there?
Yeah.
Like, there's no need to go there, okay? Because she has an opinion and she voiced it, it doesn't make her a bad person. If that she doesn't want me there, and that's fine. It doesn't make her a bad person. So, you know, maybe we can just say, just let's worry about this and let them worry about that. That gives us a little more time. Now we don't gotta, right?
I agree with you.
Instead of being in it, like the Christmas thing and the Halloween party and being in it, now we can watch it instead of being from inside of it. So that's all. Yeah.
I agree.
No more. I'd rather just not see it. If you believe it, that's on you, and I don't want to take that away from you. But I don't want to see it Monday morning.
Good morning, people. Yeah, happy
You know?
Monday.
Yeah.
Again, she's back up there again. Screw Missy.
No,
I get. Hey, it is what it is. You know.
Yeah,
You know.
I'm not putting my
Shelby's-
words up on the screen. It's just they're not worth it. I'm worried about the other stuff. Like, can you imagine if that dude gets to walk because of Proctor?
Well, here's the thing. Like, it's kind of like what you want to see because it's the right thing to happen. Believe
But
it or
you
not.
so don't. We talked about this 2 weeks ago. Remember?
Yeah.
Oh, did we remember the shit we got for that? Oh, you want to release Farwell into the open? You're a bad person because you want him to walk the streets. I'm like, you're missing it.
I think Brian Walsh might walk. I think he's got a good chance of fucking getting shit dropped against his ass. Hey, Christine, thanks for being a member.
Christine, thank you. Good morning.
I think
Hi,
this
Mark.
kid, if anybody knows the name of the kid, yeah, Shelby, what's up? And this kid remembers this kid's name. He's in court today in Dedham. He's in court Friday in Dedham. And might be something you might want to go look at, because that lawyer, she's a famous lawyer. She was gonna
Yes.
represent Turtle Boy, I think.
No, she did the lawyer
Trial
for
4.
trial 4. Correct. She has a special place in her heart for Norfolk County, we'll say.
Oh yeah. She said on the news this morning that what's if he said this about a white woman, call her entitled Karen Reed, is that what is he saying about black and brown people in terms of his transmissions of what the investigation was going on to a black kid.
Right.
What was he saying to his friends that are all white?
Yep.
And I think they're entitled to that if they.
Without a doubt, hands down.
Right.
And you know what? That people can say, well, that's his personal phone, right?
Doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah. No.
Neither does the other stuff. But regardless, the other side can't use that as an excuse.
Right. And did they backdate reports again? Did they hold on to?
That's the stuff that I think they did with Walsh and Mike.
Yes.
We don't know, right? What Stoughton did with Farwell.
Oh fuck!
Did they just go and take his cell phone? Well, no, they didn't have to because he gave it to them.
Right. Knowing under the premise of
it was, but he wiped it. Remember?
Yeah, but I think he might have known. You can get it from the
cloud. Of course, he knew. Yes.
Karina was like, "Make sure it's clean." That's what I would think. Make sure it's clean so I can say, "Hey, it was clean."
So,
I think heads are still going to roll with that whole thing. Obviously, Garino.
Did it not, Mike? Who killed John O'Keefe?
He was murdered inside the house.
People are saying, was it in the cellar or was it in the garage? Which one was it?
I think it's the cellar.
I think it was the cellar, but I think they brought him up to the garage.
Yeah. Yep.
And if you look at how a vehicle was parked inside the garage, that's about where you would probably put someone to lean them against the wall, wouldn't you? To get into a vehicle.
Yeah.
You wouldn't put that stain wouldn't be farther deeper into the garage because it'd be the front seat of the vehicle.
Well, the whole thing, he didn't come into the house. Well, he went to the garage. I don't know. It's pretty fucked up.
Yep.
And then Beverly get moved down to Plymouth.
Can you believe that? You can't get away from that. She's chasing her around the whole entire state now.
You want Karen Reed in the worst fucking way. I don't think they have a suit though. I really don't. I think it goes nowhere because of all you basically have to do is take the defense's stand, use all their same witnesses, and prove without a reasonable doubt in civil court.
Yep.
What happened? It's not.
The civil stuff. It's funny. Aiden, did you see Aiden on Melanie last night?
No.
It was a good interview last night with Melanie, right?
Yeah.
He said something about like, there was something else he said about Mike. He got released all those documents, right? And he read them all. He can't say a word about them. He can't report on them. He can't even. But I didn't know this. If he was to say, if they would have come to him and say, "Listen, if you plead guilty to like littering or something, all the other charges will go away. We'll drop all the witness intimidations or the felonies. You just got to take the rap for a littering charge." Yeah. That screws him if he does that because he can't do a civil suit.
That's right.
So talk about being in a tough position.
If he's got being right on his side, so to speak. Like he's got.
So did Karen. It's there's people that would gotta go talk to about it. That's the problem.
The thing about her, she never took a plea, but she was found guilty of drunk driving, which, in theory, I can't see how they did it. Because we know when she drank and then when she woke up again and when she left the house.
Right.
So at what time are you thinking she's drunk driving? They tested her at the morning of, 9 o'clock that morning, 10 o'clock that morning.
Yep.
So when did she have drink? And then the mathematical equation they used to find her BAC was fucking absurd. Like,
and the math was wrong too.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
again, we spoke about that. I didn't see the correction for the medications, or maybe they did do the
No.
corrections or something.
I
I don't know.
know. They said, but they brought into the play of the medication. You know, she's got this ailment, this ailment, and this ailment with this medication.
Right.
You know, hide any or mask any of the blood alcohol content. They all agreed it would be hard to tell. It would be hard to tell what the blood alcohol content would be at that time in the morning after a night of drinking. We don't know what time she had her last drink. You can't prove to me that she didn't have a drink at 4:30 in the morning before she left the house to get straight again. You can't. No one even asked her. So
Mike,
there's reasonable doubt there.
Is that something you can appeal? I wonder.
You could, absolutely, you could, but I don't. I think she's so like
Just done
with it.
Oh, how can you not? Jesus, talk about grinding someone down to nothing. That whole process of going through the trials and
most expensive DUI trial in the state of Massachusetts.
I think it's in the country ever.
Oh, well, AJ's got one coming up in
Mike, look at them. Just the security that they charged for both trials.
I know.
How many plates you think were run?
Oh fuck, dude.
Because you're beeping. Proctor Walls Farwell. Farwell's coming up on the 4th, right?
I haven't checked out for a while, but yeah, maybe August 4th. Yeah.
Walsh is the 20th of October. That's when it's gonna start. That's the case gonna start then.
So what's gonna happen, I think, with this evidentiary hearing that's going on with Jenna right now? I think I got her name, Scaramucci, whatever it might be. She's got a court hearing today, and they have one on Friday. And I think what they're trying to do is keep the prosecution from destroying. They want to destroy the phone.
So, yeah, I know that the cloud, all the storage.
They want it gone because I think they know through other discovery, i.e., Walsh, maybe Turtle Boy, or Karen Reed, I should say, that they're incriminating or disparaging messages on there about people in general. And I think with the thumbs up with Buchanan, agreeing, and these guys would like, when you manage people, you can't. The people aren't right. You can't be their friends in case you got to fire them.
And that's exactly the problem that they had here, right?
And that's what happened. It was a locker room full of all. Even though they had a ranking going on.
Yep.
I just think no one really paid attention. You're me, I'm you. I just gonna do my time. I'll be a sergeant too. They're just basically playing the peg game, trying to get up the ladder.
Who's gonna do this? Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. Shitty job. Yeah. So you're a low man, you get that. Yeah, I get that.
Just like the trial 4. You had. It was interesting when Mulligan was murdered, and Walgreens, they had drug cops arrest Sean Ellis.
Why is that? Yeah, exactly. How come the detectives didn't do it, right?
They were corrupt, dude, and they had a drug angle on it, right? Honestly, if you look at trial 4, you'll see how they had drug cops on a murder case, and so forth. And why was Mulligan murdered? I'm not going to ruin it for you, but he was called. They called him Mr. in plain sight, meaning that he didn't need a warrant. When he saw somebody arrested somebody for a drug, he would just say, "I saw it in plain sight when I pulled him over. That's why he's arrested." Right? He's like the number one cop to arrest people in Boston. He had 400 arrests one year. You got Mr. Cop, whatever it's called, but he was just doing it for the overtime because you get 4 hours in one courtroom. Yes, Tom, back to the fucking money.
Mike, I told you about how the details that I used to work. You ready for this? I'd get a detail. I'd go 20 minutes tops. The guy in a bucket truck would go up to the telephone pole and he's doing his stuff.
400.
Right? No, it was, and then I'd go back and turn my detail slip in. While I'm at the station putting my slip in the box, it's 10:30. A call comes in. Need another detail because the guy went from one side of town to another. Wherever he works needs a detail.
Right.
So instead of staying with him, I didn't. I closed out the first one. I got called. I went to the second one. Minimum of 4 hours. I've worked maybe 20 minutes actually directing traffic, just standing there.
Right.
It's so easy just to Just work.
It was so he would literally show up to court hearings in flip flops, shorts, and have coffees for the sergeants that were in the courthouse. And he'd literally be there for 15 minutes, drive across town to another courthouse where he had a case, show up again, and just it was like you said, it was a racket. But the guy had a Corvette. He had 9 condos in one building that he was underwater in all of them, and he had a house too.
God, yes.
So he was underwater in a bunch of property, driving a vet. Come to find out that these 2 drug cops were being investigated, then it'd be just wiped clean because they didn't want a scandal. They didn't want any bullshit going on. But they couldn't get around it because then you had the Stewart case happen right afterwards. Charles Stewart blaming the black guy. It was horrible.
That guy.
I'm telling you, I mean, Boston's known for this shit. And basically look the other way because they don't want it to climb any higher than anybody else is going to be indicted for. So meaning that obviously the 2 drug cops, I won't say their names. I don't really remember them. Were on the take, and they were giving out envelopes every week, because they would collect from, and they had informants that were drug kingpin or drug dealers.
Right.
They'll tell them internal affairs they're being shaken down, but they didn't do anything about it
because
everybody,
money. Because if you say something, guess who's not getting called to do those details?
Yeah,
you.
It was part of the scheme.
Yep.
It was part of it. Like, we'll cover you, but we're not going to go down with you. We're just going to say that, whatever, and just let them do what they want to do. But when they start pinning it on the wrong people and then manufacturing evidence and then manufacturing a narrative,
right,
and they're getting people that say things that they don't want to say because they're squeezing them by, I'm going to take your kids away. I'm going to put your mother in jail if you don't say it this way. Right. Shit like that, legit, family members being worked against one another. It was horrible. Like, oh my God. And the thing about it, what I liked about the attorney, Scott, whatever her name is,
yep,
she was like that, just like you and I. How the fuck do these guys sleep at night, putting away people for the rest of their life? And who else have they done it to?
Hey.
It takes a certain kind of fucking asshole to do that.
Example. You ready? I was a cop, and there was a guy that I used to work with, and this dude was a big dude, like bodybuilding big. Like you said, double dipping type of a thing.
Oh, man.
Hey, he got caught.
Yeah.
Watch this. I hate even bringing this up, but let's do it.
It's so. I guess we're looking at them. We can't investigate themselves, but you can't actually even trust these guys to work for themselves and put in the right paperwork. Because if there's an angle where they're going to beat the system, they're going to do it.
So
they're going to fucking do it.
Before I show you this, okay, right? Ask yourself: do you want to be associated with this? Do you want to work with this guy? Do you want this guy as your backup? Physically, yes. But this was the environment. Just think about going to work, and this is the environment that you're walking into. And this is just one. Okay. And this is universal. So here we go. Ugly. Share. Boom. Former police officer accused of embezzling money from disabled vets.
What the fuck?
Oh, dude. Buckle up. You ain't no nut.
Really?
Hold on. Former police officer, excuse me, with a checkered past is charged in a new federal case of defrauding disabled vets out of VA benefits. After being fired from the police force a decade ago, Mike, Glenn Pearson began working as a fiduciary with the Office of Veterans Affairs. Prosecutors said Pearson used his position to withdraw and transfer tens of thousands of dollars from disabled veterans' accounts. It's a fiduciary responsibility to then manage that money over a monthly period so the veteran is well taken care of, Dan Stack said, Massachusetts nonprofit. Pearson allegedly used the money to make payments toward his home mortgage. As reported at Fox 25 News 5, veteran advocates say Pearson targeted the most vulnerable members of that community. You could be trusting of him. That's the saddest part. Trust was an issue while Pearson was working as a Whitman police officer, according to the city. We found several instances of where his version of events do not match fact, said Frank Lyman, the town administrator. In 2001, city officials fired Pearson from his sergeant job amidst allegations that he was double dipping on his time card between police duty and his second job as a teacher at Massasoit Community College. Mike,
Jesus Christ.
he's a teacher. He's a teacher of criminal law at Massasoit.
Is that him? Is that him in the window up there? Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Oh, I'll get pictures of him. The vote to fire Pearson to the force was unanimous. Oh, investigators hired by the city also outlined in this report another incident at college where Pearson hired a topless dancer to perform a striptease in the criminology course he was teaching. When Pearson was charged federally.
I gotta say, this guy has fucking balls, man. Stop, man.
Hey,
What the fuck?
Mike.
Oh.
Hey, you want to listen? You want to know?
What?
Hey,
What?
he signs in for a shift. Okay, he's
This guy's fucking
paid to work a shift. He's 8 to 4. Listen to me.
Right. Oh my God.
A detail comes up.
You didn't even get that.
He punches out sick. Still gets paid for the rest of the day.
Right.
Takes the detail. Leaves the detail because he's got to be at court at 11.
Right.
Gets paid for the shift, gets paid the sick time, gets paid the detail. Now he's going to court for 4 hours.
Right.
Walks in, I'm here, and case is dismissed or carried later. He leaves. He's still on the clock as a shift. He then at 1 o'clock goes and teaches his criminology class because he doesn't take his lunch. Spends the hour at Massasoit teaching. Gets paid there too. And this is all within 8 hours. Bing, 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 bing. And he's a sergeant, and he's been on the force, so he was making maybe what at the time, probably 28 an hour, 29 an hour, which is probably now like 60, 65 an hour.
Right.
And he's banging here, banging the detail, banging in court, and he's getting Mike. It's how much money do you want to make, Mike? How much you want to write the check for? Just see how easy it is to.
It's
and you know what? Everybody's just smartest people in the room. Wait a minute, time out. You're telling me you guys get paid to be the smartest people in the room, and you can't see the same shit going on right in front of you?
Right.
In your
you don't know you don't know how the mousetrap works. Bullshit. You know exactly what these guys are doing. In fact, Mulligan, just going back to that, is that they had him on overtime, on a detail, at work, 23 hours of a 24-hour day.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, physically impossible to work that much, but he was putting in for that time a couple times a month. 23 hours on a 24-hour day. It was fucking... And then he was putting in stuff where the courts weren't even open on that day. It was a holiday or whatever, but he put in the time, and Martin Luther King Day, whatever you want to use, but he's actually putting in a court slip on a day the court was closed. Just like he got so used to it, it was his normal paycheck at that point. What he did, he would just literally go into work with all the slips. But the problem I have with it is that someone has to sign off on that. And that person is just as guilty.
Let's see.
Him.
You're talking about everybody involved. Check this out. Check this out. Guilty plea in tax fraud case, right? So he pled guilty. Okay.
Oh, since it's the same guy, Pearson. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna keep going. So you plead guilty there, right? And what happens when you plead guilty? This one. Former Whitman police sergeant set into prison for embezzling funds from disabled vets.
Jesus Christ, man.
Right?
How much time did he get? You know?
No, I forget. There's him right here.
No, he's insurance fraud.
Insurance fraud, yeah. So he was convicted of tax embezzlement, right? And he's in prison. Now he's facing a
Oh,
new one for insurance fraud and larceny over $250.
wow.
You know? So like he just kept going. Mike.
He was only there for 11 years. What the fuck?
I mean, you can't get in this much trouble in this short period of time.
Yeah, he just went in and raped. He raped. I mean, he just took it everything he could. He
Here
either
we
had
go.
a gambling. Did he have a gambling? Like usually there's
Nope.
something that makes it. Yeah. Whoa.
He didn't do drugs. Didn't drink. Real healthy
Wow.
person, bodybuilding guy, like big dude. Glenn
No
Pearson,
shit.
now 62, was a police officer for the town from 1990 to 2001. After being promoted to sergeant, he was fired by selectmen after a series of hearings on misconduct for filing false police reports, sexual harassment, improper arrests, and records violations. He's also being accused of bringing a stripper with him to a policing class he taught at Massasoit Community College in Brockton. He then attended the Southern New England School of Law from 2002 to 2005, but was never admitted to the bar. So he wasn't even a lawyer. You get it?
Yeah.
He thought like he was practicing to be one, but he never was.
Right. Yeah.
From
What?
2007 to 2012, Pearson served as a fiduciary for the Department of Veterans Affairs. So,
What
like,
the fuck, dude?
he had federal conviction,
It's a wire fraud. Yep. They got him. Yep.
48 months, 4 years, 3 years release, and pay restitution of $252.
Yeah.
Pearson admitted to causing a total loss of more than 1.5. He prepared tax returns that included false credits and fictitious deductions.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And then he would get that deposited right into his fucking account.
But Mike,
When-
he was doing this. You ready?
Yeah. What a
He was
motherfucker.
banging all these friggin' expenses for all 30 people one receipt for 30 people, right?
Oh my God.
And he's getting the money that comes in. So if it's $1,000, right? That's 30 grand
Right.
for a piece of paper receipt.
Yeah. Fraud is like so easy to do.
And
once you get going with it, it's so much like if you need, like, you want to buy a new car or get a summer house or whatever, fraud is the easiest way to do it because all it is paper. You don't feel like you're fucking anybody over. But again, it's fucking crazy. This guy's obviously reckless, just didn't give a fuck. Really
raided by the FBI in 2015. New insurance.
He fucking taking money away from the veterans, which is gonna be any family member that has any wherewithal. Where's your tax returns? Well,
Right.
I did them. I signed for them, but I never got the money. It's in that guy's account. It's not too hard to chase that down. So this guy really didn't give a fuck.
No.
Wow. Glenn Paul Pearson. Yeah.
Yeah. So like this happens all over.
Yeah.
Some police departments, the chiefs won't have it. But think of how bad that the whole department was and the morale was. Just the whole ethics of it all, right? I mean, Mike, that's what they reported. The stuff that you can't talk about, the stuff that they don't report.
Yeah.
So I asked you again, would you want to go to work and work with that guy for the rest of your life?
No.
You look for an out, right? I gotta find
the guy's moral compass is fucked.
Him.
The guy,
they promoted him.
I know.
Just like Lank.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Goody.
Good. All them.
Albert. Yeah. So that's the problem I have is like when these guys go bad or go rogue, they promote them. Well, we're gonna get him out of that. Well, yeah. Well, he just promoted him to allow somebody else to be trained under his wing to let that happen. Fucked up, man.
So
fucked up.
I don't want to say. How do I say this? I don't want to say like that's the personality that makes up that field, maybe. But you kind of got to be you got to be a special kind of not right to be able to sleep when you're stealing money.
Oh
Think about
yeah,
it. How can you sleep when you? Does it not mean that? Does it mean that little?
right. And the other thing too is like this one bad apple ruin the whole batch. You
Well,
know, in theory, you look at it, and you go, yeah, it could, right? Because you don't know what kind of influence he had. But for the most part, back in the blue, I have no problem with it, right? They pay their taxes, they do
they
their
won't
job.
arrest their own.
No, that's the problem I have. No
I
one
have.
will flip on each other.
It's not flipping. It's just doing the dude. Don't steal.
Do you think
Don't.
Do you think everybody should take a lie detector test?
Absolutely. But
Right? What?
beyond
Usually,
that,
yeah.
beyond that, right? Uh, Moral compass stuff.
Right.
$100 on the floor. You pick it up, put it in your pocket.
Right.
What do you do with
No.
it?
No. You bring
It's
it to
not
the
yours.
receptionist. Yeah, you bring it to the receptionist and say, hey, listen, I found this when he's looking for it. Seriously.
Moral compass stuff. Tests like that. That's
Yeah.
what I think should be done. Because in the long run, I mean, it's
Seriously, you're right. I agree with that.
to take somebody's rights away when you put them cuffs on them. That's a big thing, Mike. Really is. Gail, there was a cop in Whitman we're talking about. He's
I think every station has one or two that does shit like this.
Oh,
And
why
I
should-
look at Gallagher. There's no way he made 342 in that 1 year without doing. I'm not saying he did it every day, but I'm
Mhm.
sure we could pull his records and just back it up and look at it with a microscope. We will find something that he fucked. I think we'll do that with a lot of cops that might have a discrepancy over a couple of times sheets. It's probably happening, but when you have a pattern like that, it's a problem.
And it's not that they make a mistake. It's not that. You know what I mean?
No,
It's
no,
not
no,
like
no.
maybe, yeah, right, I'm getting paid for 4. I was only there for, 3 hours, but I'm getting paid for 4. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like stuff. Those are accidents and stuff like that. But those are small, but they all add up. Those are little things. That's how it starts.
Well, would you say that, like, okay, they do something legal? I mean, the police officer, they have to sign a slip. Hey, listen, I went to the detail. They were literally there for 15 minutes. I signed it. I put it off. I put it in the box. I'm getting paid for it. They say to themselves, Jesus, that's really easy.
Yeah.
I could do that again,
And you do.
Okay.
And you go do that detail, and you're sitting and you're waiting for the phone to ring for another one to come in because you're the first one to jump on it and take it.
Yep.
It ain't. I mean, it ain't right because you can get paid for 24 hours and only work maybe an hour and a half.
Right.
And
Kind of like,
yeah, it's all detail money.
all right. So, did you see? And I can't. I summoned any chase. Just put the Long Islander audit that got chased out by the Connecticut State Police guy at his house.
I saw
Did you
that.
see?
I did. The
This
guy
is
went ballistic on him.
Same fucking thing. This guy's on desk duty for the state police. Desk duty, 9 to 5 job because he's on.
Is that 800,000 or 80,000 in overtime?
For 1 year, 80,000.
You can pay someone to take that position and get more output out of somebody.
So he was making whatever it was 65,000, but then he made the 80. So and the Long Island auditor was like, "Well, you're on desk duty. You punch out at 5 o'clock every day. How are you getting overtime?"
Right.
And so we went to his house, knocks on his door. The fucking guy, the cop, came out of his house with a gun.
Yeah. Imagine that.
Oh, God.
Just like
he
that.
says to him,
Right
I'm
to you.
a fucking Connecticut state trooper. The gun was down by his leg. The guy's face was 1 inch from his face. Spit on the Long Islander's face. All on film. It's a great video. And he gets arrested. He gets arrested with his cameraman from the Groton Police Department. It was fucked up, man. It was so blatant. And then the guy's in jail. People from the state level in the legislation are calling the Groton Police saying to jack his bail. That actually happened.
Wow. So, but for what? What's
I think the charge is crazy. I don't know if you ever want to watch it, but it's pretty fucked up.
I did. I can cue it up. Let me see if I can.
Did anybody? You guys all see this in the chat? Because it's pretty. We don't have to watch the whole thing. But the guy, there was no trespassing signs. There was no. The guy has a billboard truck, which I think is the balls. Anyways.
Yeah.
But this guy's having I think there's something coming up in August where he's having a peaceful protest at the courthouse. And it'd be kind of cool to go to just to see what he
that's a road trip. I'll go. Absolutely.
Yeah. So that was what I was going to mention to you about going on. This is pretty he's got a Glock 9.
Right there, buddy.
And
I saw one. See how the driveway goes in? I saw one where I think it was an Uber driver got lost in the wrong driveway, pulled down.
Shot him.
Shot him. He freaking shot the dude.
Yeah.
With a gun.
Now, mind you, this guy's got a fucking broad daylight. He's fucking got a gun out. What was he afraid of? What was he? There was no sign. The guy was literally walking back the whole time.
Not a threat.
No. Unbelievable, dude. I was so upset with this guy.
YouTuber and his cameraman arrested at a state
You can hear that, right?
Yes, sir.
trooper's home Friday. Now they're fighting back on those charges. Luke Hydash is your reporter covering New London County. He is live in Groton right now to explain. Luke.
These men are First Amendment auditors. They record their interactions with police and government employees and post them online. They identify themselves as independent journalists. And on Friday, they went to Sergeant Brian Fahey's home with questions about his overtime, and they left under arrest.
Get off my property. Get that gun out of your hand. Get off my property. Get that gun out of your Connecticut State Trooper. I don't care who you are.
In the initial moment, I just didn't want to be shot.
First Amendment auditor Sean Reyes runs Long Island Audit. Friday's confrontation is the latest between him and State Police Sergeant Brian Fahey.
I should get to work. Is that what you're telling me?
If you're busy.
Oh,
we're going to have a problem.
That was 2021. Friday.
You are. Right now. Spit in my face. My property right You're going to jail now.
But Reyes and his photographer wind up being booked, charged with breach of peace, voyeurism with malice, and criminal trespass.
Wow. These are baseless charges, and the real criminal should be arrested and charged.
Groton police aren't commenting, neither are state police, but confirm Fahey is not suspended or on leave.
He was the aggressor. The video is very clear on what happened.
I'm back to blue until there's bad cops out there.
Jeff runs a similar audit group, Connecticut Transparency, protesting outside Groton Police Monday.
Disgusting. Just alone the spitting in the face and then brandishing the gun the whole time.
Reyes had questions about Fahey's overtime, which made up about 38% of his 2023 pay and 36% of last year's pay.
You have a weapon in your hand?
Always remain peaceful. There is a way for accountability to be had. We need to handle this in the court of law. We need to be peaceful. We can't stoop down to criminal behavior.
Reyes tells us that Fahey has a protective order against him now. Reyes and his photographer will be back in court here in Connecticut later this month. Your reporter live in Groton, Luke Hydash, Channel 3, Eyewitness News.
Luke.
That's insanity, Mike.
I think that you should be an auditor, bro. I think you.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Listen, I may have handled that one a little bit differently.
This kid knows the law, like he knows what's right and wrong. Like he trains police officers on stuff like this. Right. So it's just they got themselves in a pretty good pickle here in Connecticut. They're Yeah, exactly right. He was actually shot somebody in 2014.
I didn't know that. Really?
Yeah, he had a bad shoot, and then he had it in 14 was the year of the shoot, but 2016 for it to actually get to. So the guy's already got a pop off mentality. Like, wow. He's got that God complex where.
Yeah, he's on a hair trigger. He's got other things bothering him. Would say.
Yes. So, he needs to go to church, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
The guy's not right. He's got to get some help.
Wow.
And you can tell that the auditor's just trying to completely back it down. Like
that. I don't know about Connecticut, but in Massachusetts, if you come out of your house with a gun like that, you're done. You're done. You can't do that unless your life is in danger, and then you have no option to and even still, you're screwed.
Yeah. No,
you do not pull the gun.
That's right.
Wow.
Yep.
I'm just in awe, dude.
The guy met him at the door. There's not a no trespassing sign.
Right.
Trooper goes back into his house after this guy's leaving. He's walking backwards the whole way, right? He's after the guy told him to leave. He started leaving. The guy then goes back into his house, and gets his revolver or gets his service weapon.
It's just like Hardman. Back. I went back. Like he didn't say stop, but I did every command he gave me. I did. I complied with.
You did, man. So yeah.
Wow, but that's different. This dude's bad.
So someone just put in the chat there. Yeah, it was 2014, Dick Gale, but the bail was 10 grand, and then 3 hours later it was set to 75,000 after people made phone calls. Like it was. So what are they trying to do, Tom? They're trying to shut this down.
Yeah. They can keep him in court, and he won't be able to put the footage out. Little do they know it's live.
He's already got a bunch of people behind him that are going to be down at that courthouse, and I don't think this is not going to go away because they got everything. You know
when we can go and hang out?
I think if you Google it, it'll be up there. I know Turtle Boy had him on, and he had the dates on there. I actually forget. I think it's in the next couple of weeks, though. I would imagine. At Grot, and this guy's a fucking trooper.
Oh, let me listen. Let me put it out there, okay?
Yeah, I think you should go.
No, listen. I'm calling it. Like I'm calling the case like it's mine.
All right.
Okay, just so everybody knows.
I don't know. I don't know what that means. We call it like
mine.
You're the content creator.
It's a joke.
Oh, I didn't.
Mine. I want this one. Mine. No, listen. If you guys want me to go down there and hang out and stream from the courthouse, I'll absolutely do that.
I know this guy Reyes would. You should reach out to him. He would absolutely love it because you know what I mean. The more support you have up here, because he likes Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy likes him.
Again, it's what they did to Aiden. They're trying to do it in Connecticut, but wow. Yeah, I can. If anyone has a line to this guy or anything like that, cputom@gmail.com. I'd love to talk to him. I mean, and if the people up here, like if Aiden, Brian, Mike, whoever, even Melanie, Nan, if they all want to use the stream and send me down there as the boots on the ground for them to use the, you know what I'm saying? To use the stream.
Yeah.
It's more efficient, right? Instead of sending 5 people, I mean, I'll go. I'll be the guy there so that, you know, maybe I'll send out an email to them. Listen, if you want.
It's funny you say that because the court proceeding, they're trying to block out the public from seeing it.
Ah, there we go. Sure.
So you have to request it.
Yep.
You have to request it. Right.
Yeah.
They're controlling the fucking media, dude. So they're trying to get. You have to actually put in a request to get a login. And you got to put it in writing or email of some sort, and they'll approve whether or not you can actually show the footage inside the courtroom. That's how fucked up it's. That's how fucking weird it is. It's like, okay. So to have somebody with boots on the ground, not to say you would be inside the courtroom, but just to get a feel what's going out there, man.
Yeah. It's usually more outside than it. I mean, you know.
Turtle Boy is going? I'm not sure.
It just says Turtle Boy's going. Maybe we'll carpool. I don't know.
He said he was going to try to go, but I wasn't sure if he could go. Again, if he knew you were going to go, I know if he knew you were going to go, he'd grab your stream.
Well, there you go. Save him the trouble. He get more efficient.
Right.
But we're just spitballing right here, people. This is we're just chucking stuff out there. That's all. We're not making plans or nothing, but
I don't think we should forget about this because it's a
absolutely not. That's it's just like Aiden. It can't be any clearer. Aiden didn't even do that.
Yeah. I know. Hey, did you know that Hardman was at Aiden's house that day?
Yeah.
When he got arrested? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
There's you know the guy who I don't want to say I'm friendly with the trooper, but there's a younger trooper that I talk to all the time. We would chit chat. He was there too.
Good morning.
Oh, morning, Nan.
So like I just feel like this should not be like some kind of like, oh, poor kid.
Yeah, no,
to fuck him over. Yeah.
Mike, the fact that this whole thing happened proves they're trying to screw this guy.
Yeah. And this guy knows, what I like about this is that he knows the law and his rights. And he was talking about not having a no trespassing sign up there. And
Nothing.
in order for that to be implemented into a case, you have to actually warn the person, it's no trespassing sign, you might have missed it. Here's your warning. If he comes back again, it's an arrestable defense.
But,
you know what I mean? Arrestable offense.
Here's the thing. Here's the problem that they're having. They think that they should be protected. They think that they should be above everybody else. That's the problem.
Oh, yeah.
It's
right.
210. If they run a different
class of people. Yeah.
We're below them. That's why he got arrested with all them charges. You can't charge a trooper because those charges don't exist.
Right. I'd like to know what happened with the shooting in 14.
His shooting?
Yeah.
What was that?
2014.
What was the name of this again? The name of that kid again?
Fahey. Yeah. Yeah. I like, and this kid, the First Amendment auditor, is I know he's got FOIA requests going, but you know how they can drag their feet on that and make that kind of slow trickle in. And the other thing about backtracking about FOIA requests and evidentiary hearings and dripping in, so to speak, exculpatory evidence.
Right.
They did the same thing in that case. Jesus Christ. We just talked about with McNamara, whatever his name is. They got killed. The police officer, Sean.
Ellis. Sean Ellis.
Ellis, yeah. So when they had in his first 1 and 2 trials, they had exculpatory evidence held back by the DA.
Ooh.
500 pages. So when they were going for the appeal to get the motion overturned and get a new trial, they brought in the original 2 lawyers that were helping him defend this case. They said, if you had this information at the time of your first trial, would have helped you exonerate your client. And the guy fucking blew up on the fucking witness stand. He's like, are you kidding me? We've been looking for this for fucking 20 years, man. 20 years they held it back, dude. So you had a whole generation of cop go through.
Yep.
And that's what fucking happened. They waited for a lot of them to go away, die off. You know what I mean? And
Same
then
they files. Yep.
Then they released them. Then they fucking sucked.
They sleep very well at night, don't they? Knowing they screwed everybody. And we're paying them to do that to us.
Yeah. We're paying the money to be kissed.
The problem I'm having is these cops aren't policing their own.
No. They're part of it. That's why they get promoted to where they're promoted.
Hardman, you see Hardman at Aiden's house?
Yeah.
You see him going through Aiden's shit?
Yep.
Great, because he didn't have a fucking warrant. Can't do that. Because you arrest somebody doesn't give you a right to rummage their house.
Right.
And you see how they did that the same wiretapping? They think he possibly could have wiretapped somebody? That gave him free access to all his electronics. Everything, Mike. That's insanity to use that on him. You could say that about anybody. Mike, you got a hidden wire. You know, you're working for the FBI. You got a hidden wire in your chest. That means we can go in and confiscate everything, even your wife's phone. Confiscate your dog's freaking computer toy. So, morning, Jess.
When are we ever going to find out where it's used for the good? Give me something where all these warrants, it worked out for us, right? Ever since the Patriot Act after 2001,
yes,
shit's getting hairy. They can do everything.
This is the whole, we're living in a protected America, right? In a protected environment, but it's not what it seems. There's a lot that's not what it seems.
Feels that way.
It is that way. It is.
Watching this kid in Groton, the First Amendment. You just wonder to yourself, what the fuck else has this cop got away with?
What about his boss? His boss lets him do this?
Right. The guy should be fired on the spot. On the spot. Like, you're done, dude. Give me your gun and badge. You're on administration leave until we figure this the fuck out. If you're going to pull that What if the fucking UPS guy walked up there? He just happened to have an off day. He was dropping his package off when he's in street clothes. But this guy lost his shit. Yeah.
What if it's a lost DoorDash person, Mike, or a lost Uber Eats? You can't see the house from the street, can you?
No.
My friend, I fix it for him. He has a gate that closes. Sign, no trespassing. Can't go on his property. Hit a button, the gate's open.
Right.
He doesn't have that.
No.
Wow.
No.
Yep.
Pretty
So I
tough.
think what we're seeing though, Mike, is like with the guy in Connecticut and with Aiden, we're seeing the onion getting unpeeled layer by layer by layer. We're seeing it. It's coming out. Yeah, we're seeing it is slow, but we're seeing it with our eyes.
Right. And then you jump into like the Birchmore case. You're like, this is so fucking blatant and blatant. The feds have him in caught and you know in cuffs, but the state doesn't see it the same way as the feds. It's like, who the fuck is fucking guarding who? Are the feds babysitting the state? Because the state is so incompetent, they don't know what they're doing. Which is the Norfolk County.
They steal more money. We get the scraps. That's how. That's what they do. They take what they can. Did you get it?
Money.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a money making machine.
It's just money.
They're trying to increase their budget every year instead of trying to decrease it, because you know what? They're getting fatter and fatter at the top. I don't know how. I mean, I know Glenn Pearson and me and my boyfriend at the time used to buy Coke from him and his friend. What? Who's they talking about?
You know that cop we were just looking at?
And Whitman?
Yeah.
Pearson? Oh, okay.
That's him, so.
I mean, if I was going to be a drug dealer, why not be a cop?
Yeah. You get free stuff.
No, if you're the bad cop, think about that. I'm protected.
Again, you don't have to. If it's money, right? If it's about money and you're a bad cop and you see drugs, you're taking them because you can.
That's
You think you're going to fill a report out? Absolutely not. And then, it gets destroyed. Sure. For a small nominal fee.
So in the Sean Ellis trial 4 thing, this
Mike knows 7-Eleven. All right. He's a townie. Mike, you're a townie. Like that's a small.
Yeah.
To know where 7-Eleven is, you got to know that town. Well, know where it is specifically.
So in the Sean Ellis case, fast forward a bunch of years. This Dominican or Cuban immigrant comes to Boston, living with his girlfriend in an apartment. Was trying to buy a car. He had $2,300 on him. The two drug cops, Alessi, I forget the guy's name. I don't want to say it's Alessi, but there's two cops, Robinson and somebody else.
Right.
They fucking jack him, take his money, throw him in jail. He gets bailed out for $2,500. He's working at Logan doing the things like this with the planes.
Yeah. Anyway,
so he files a report saying, they didn't find any drugs, anything in his apartment. They tore his apartment upside down, threatened his girlfriend, all the shit. Because they took his $2,300 in cash, took his money. He files a complaint, goes through all the motions. That complaint that he filed was the catalyst of looking into those two dirty cops eventually that brought them down. One report, one tip.
And one good cop that looked at that report, because how many people looked at that report and didn't do anything, Mike? Again, Canton Police Department. The phone rings. Kevin Albert takes it.
Right.
Done.
It's like John O'Keefe's house. We had a drug dealer, right?
Look at Stoughton Police Department.
Oh, fuck.
Sandra's friend calls and says, hey, blah, 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 blah. And he goes and tells Farwell, and Farwell says, don't ever mention it again. And then she ends up, telling you, man. Oh, did you see they found another body in Boston in the water?
What?
Yep.
Young guy
in the water.
Does he fit the MO? Does he really? That's another thing. That's a national level right there. That's gonna take some work. That's international fucking level.
How many people don't know how to swim? And people that don't know how to swim aren't the ones that are gonna jump in. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I that's a whole. I mean, that's again. I read the book and it's a hard book to read. You are right. There's a lot of like pages where you can go back and read something else about something else, and so
Right.
it's more like a dictionary or like a not a dictionary, but an encyclopedia of like murders from around the whole country that in some way could be related to each other.
Speaking of, did you see what when Aiden got his documents? There was like 4,700 pages of blank documents,
Yeah.
Mike.
Yep.
How's the attorney gonna explain that? Like,
Redacted.
I don't think it's redacted, Mike. I think it's just
It was a copying error.
nope.
No.
You know a Word document?
Yeah.
If you hold the enter key down,
Yeah.
sends the cursor
Yeah.
that way. How many pages you want? Tell me when.
Wow. I don't Cosgrove. I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to play the long game, bore everybody out of this. It's not going to work. Now that you have a lot of eyeballs on this, they're fucked.
Does
It's just a matter of
Cosgrove
time.
even know what he's up against and what he's prosecuting?
If he does, he's playing a good game, not knowing. Honestly,
I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of excited to get more out of it, but at the same time, I'm just. I don't
you hear now, like the Bedroll letter was basically by the. Here's that the judge said we don't need letters like that any longer.
Tough. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Do your fucking job, Judge.
When they say that, you know, Bedrow's over the fucking drop zone on that one. Basically saying, I'm going to say it without saying it. I'm going to use other words and adjectives without saying it.
Can you imagine them reading that and saying, "What do we do with this? What do we do with this? What?
Yeah.
Send it back."
Why does he want report? Why does he want it as defense mechanism? Because they can refer back to it.
You know what they don't get is they don't get that he's not the person that you want to kind of like go back and forth with. He can keep them busier than they want to be. Right. I'm sure of it. So
I just there's so much wrong with this. What's supposed to be right with the cops and the blue. It's supposed to be a right there, a good feeling. Back to blue. Love these guys. They go in every night. Like you look at that fire that just happened with all those people, the elderly people lost their lives in that fire. Yeah, you had cops going through windows and pulling out people, carrying them out in their arms. That's the shit I want to hear about. You know, that's the shit I want to know about. But I don't want to be constantly hearing how bad they are, because bad sells. You know, like this sells, that sells, because it's somebody taking something they shouldn't have or doing something they shouldn't do. But I like to hear other stories where they break down a window and go and save 4 people that are in the fire. That's stuff that brings me back to these guys do have good in them. And you see more firefighters that have good in them than you do cops, and that's scary. Like,
no, listen, I'll give you that, Mike. I'll give you that. But at the same time, right, you can't have it both ways. It can't be a sword and a shield. They can't be good cops if there's one bad cop. It can't be. No.
Who teaches them this stuff? The other class ahead of them, a couple classes ahead of them. Like, how does it all work? Where they, so then the other thing too.
People in general, Mike. It's just people in general. They're trying to get one up on each other.
The Sean Ellis case talks about how strong the Boston Police Union was.
Yeah.
Or I mean, it's a machine, dude. Machine, the union.
You can't become a governor without the approval of the Massachusetts State Police Commission or whatever.
The union, the police union in general, they put people in voters' booths, and they'll go. They want Democrat, obviously, because they spend the most money for this type of action. They're not conservative, so to speak.
Right.
But I just think that how the union fought the two defense attorneys, how they fought with evidentiary hearings, what was going to be like. They basically blackballed the mayor, the governor. Mm-hmm. If you let that happen, we're gonna, the attorney general. And they were going after him.
And Mike, they played with things like budgets, which means like, we're not going to approve this $300,000 you have for greenhouse expansion because the person's friends with the person who's going to do the greenhouse expansion. And that's a favor. She's going to give her $300,000 to make her greenhouse bigger, and we're going to pay for it. So the union's going to say, nope, we're going to make sure that doesn't pass. So they'll lobby the people that vote, and that won't pass just to get back. Or they play nice. Okay, what do you want? Okay, we'll get this person. We'll make sure that this person gets voted for. They go to all their members and say, you need to vote this person. And they do. The person gets voted in. Now, I want that $300,000 expansion for my greenhouse.
And then think about the federal dollars that come in to the state.
And that's where it gets
that's another level up. Yeah, you have your state grants, then your federal grants, and now the state senator and the federal senator can say, listen, we want the same.
They're the ones that are building the greenhouses.
Right.
They own the greenhouses. We're the secondhand owners, trying to expand a little bit on them. We'll give you a little bit of money, but they own the greenhouses.
So you're saying there's the rich and then there's the wealthy.
Correct.
Yeah,
and then there's everybody else.
Yeah, then there's us, the taxpayers, who pay federal tax, who pay state tax, right? We have no say in it. The federal grants come to the state grants come to the local towns. It's pretty fucked up. It's all about fucking votes, man. Yeah, the big dig. That's right. Absolutely, Steve-O24. The big dig was a great example of it. So back to the Sean Ellis case, you had Dan Conley as the DA in Suffolk at the time, and that was a vote in. So he was trying to do the right thing so the union would back him. It was a whole machine. That's why it was a machine of votes.
Mike, it absolutely is. Yeah. And I have to do this. Hold on 1 second.
What's up, V-Dot, buddy? What's going on, bro?
The union is so powerful, Mike. I mean, they can almost stop work.
Oh, look at concrete. Look at electrical. Look at what if they want to shut down the city of Boston, the Teamsters alone, driving the trucks alone, will shut down America.
Right.
Shut it down.
I'm going to play this video real quick. This is made by one of our mods, someone who's very First Amendment, like, positive. Miss Glock, check your thing, your messages. She does a lot, and she's very tied into Boston. And we have a mutual friend who we want to become like a city councilman. So let me bring her up real quick. Good morning, my dear.
Hey.
Good morning.
How are you?
How you doing?
Can you guys hear me and stuff?
You're a little loud. I'm gonna turn you down. Don't do anything, Carrie.
Okay.
I like the deck.
There we go.
Well, I gotta babysit my
friend.
my boy here.
My friend.
My friend.
Oh. Danger. He's not happy.
Oh.
Stranger danger.
Oh, that was Tom when he went to the vet that day?
Yeah. He's got a cone on his head.
Oh, is he gonna be all right?
Yeah, we just had to remove the hardware. It was starting to migrate out of the bone, and
screws his leg together, and the screw backed out.
Mikey, remember he went through 2 ACLs.
Yeah.
So we had one done, and then the hardware backed out of that, and then boom, the second leg went. So we had to have that surgery, and then the hardware backed out of that. So we just had to remove the hardware because the leg's already healed, but the incision is right on his knee,
elbow. Yeah.
So every time he moves,
the freaking dog comes out of surgery. He's jumping at me, like trying to get up in my arms, like jumping.
Oh man,
he's a tank. That dog is a tank.
His head is like a bulldozer. So trying to keep him under control is rough. And Skip and I were both up all night last night taking turns.
So Boston, Massachusetts, Miss Carry-On. Can we give a plug for our buddy Brian? Is he going for a council seat? Is that how that works?
I believe so. Right now he's running around to the computer store. The same one that you go to.
Yeah,
in Cambridge.
Yep, he's in Cambridge.
Oh, I love that place. That place is awesome. That place is
I know nothing.
Balls.
Yeah.
I know nothing.
He's gonna try and run this time coming November?
Yes. He's running for District 2, and then there's Sean Nelson. Awesome guy. Awesome.
Sean Nelson. Yeah.
Yep, and he's running in District 7.
Okay, so we got to
So
get both of
I
them
want to
on.
say that's like the Roxbury area, West Roxbury area, something like that.
Yep. All right, so that's 2, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
great.
Remember
Both
Aiden
of
wrote.
them are fantastic guys.
Remember Aiden wrote the story about the city councilwoman driving without a license in a car and crashing into people and stuff.
Speaking of that,
They didn't fire her. Free the turtle, baby. Yep.
Nice.
See it.
yeah.
Swag.
Excuse me.
So,
So, I don't know what you guys are. I don't know. I'm hopping in late here, so I'm not exactly entirely sure about what the subject of the morning is. Just
bad
catching up.
bad cops,
Yeah,
just
just
corruption and
talking.
how
Yeah.
things work and kind of putting it all together. You know,
Yeah,
unfortunately, I know one of the cops I used to work with, and he's got a list of stuff.
yeah.
So, but
How's
you know,
the climate in Canton right now, Mike?
no.
um,
Okay.
not good. I mean, I hate to say anything like that.
I know.
So anytime anybody comes and visits me, like I just had some visitors in Connecticut, they ask, "Hey, so how do you like it here?" I'm just like, if I had my choice, I'd be someplace else, right?
Yeah,
I'm not like, "Hey, yeah, it's a great town," which I would do normally with any place I lived. But it's not like that.
yeah,
You can't give it a valid vote of, yeah, come on down. We're on the rebuilding side of it. Things are happening. There's nothing happening. Everything is status quo, which is the way people want it. They want to get through this storm and then keep going
and
the way they
move
were
along.
going. Yeah. Of all the bad things that were going, they don't want to change what was wrong in the police department. They think they have, but I haven't seen, like, so for instance, we're involved with a trash strike in Canton.
Yes.
So Canton's
Oh, I
part of
know.
the
I have
trash.
tenants.
So yeah, so you can bring your trash to the dump now. But finally, after 2 weeks, they actually came by my house. You know how they came by my house? There was a blue truck with the trashman in it. There was a strike worker walking in front of the Republican trash truck to slow it down. I'm not kidding you. He was on his feet, walking the route in front
Sure.
of the truck to keep it slow, which is
Yep.
like within his rights, I guess. I didn't know this.
Yeah.
And then there's a cruiser behind the trash truck to make sure nobody messes with the trash truck, and they're moving at a snail's pace. I'm like, and they think they're doing the best thing ever, and then we're fixing the. I'm like, you guys, on paper, it sounds like you're doing the right thing here, but when you
Yeah.
actually see the snail pace go through,
Sure.
and so it's been 3 weeks. I just had my trash picked up for the first time last Friday. Last Friday.
And I'm floored because Canton is all about the aesthetics, how everything looks, right? So,
Yeah.
for example, you guys both know that I raised my family in Canton, and it's funny actually because if you've been in Canton for a lot of years, you would know where my house is. It's on Pleasant Street, and Officer Sykes was raised in that house. And my gun club, I used to be with Kelleher Senior,
Mm-hmm.
and he just loved that there was females in our club, so that was pretty cool. But so needless to say, I was super disappointed when 34 Fairview happened, and but anyway, so I still own 2 homes in Canton, and it used to pain me to watch the town meetings because I'm like, I can't even go up there and have a vote. I mean, I can go up there and speak, but I can't even have a vote. But yet, I pay taxes on 2 houses in Canton. But that's all right, whatever. So, when I was in Canton raising my kids, I was on the Canton Youth Commission, and woof, I was a younger lady. My specialty was addictions, and then at the time there was just a couple of there was a couple of gay kids in the community, and my daughter happened to be best friends with them and stuff like that. And there was nobody at the time that could really like talk to kids about how to safely live that lifestyle and stuff like that. So, obvious, I did those conversations, which was funny, but also I'm experienced in human services, so I just, I already know how to deal with all of that stuff. So I was happy to be a part of the community. However, between me and Jeremy Como, we were the youngest people and I don't even know if I'm pronouncing his last name right or wrong, but my kids grew up with a family called Comos, so that's how I pronounce it. But anyway, and I remember at one point in time they wanted to put a treatment center over on 138.
Yes.
And now I was the local interventionist in the town, so when people's kids would suffer, and obviously it's super confidential, blah blah blah. And when they wanted to put that in, the town wanted nothing to do with it. They were like, that we don't want that riffraff. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, keep driving all the way to Worcester then to go give your kids a carton of cigarettes, you jackasses. But that's besides the point. And I ended up getting kicked off the town page because of my opinion, and I was completely professional, obviously, but my opinion on that was so frowned upon. It's I've been in situations where there's kids who were, say, parked off of York Street, so they're on a side road facing York Street, and they're doing dope, and their foot comes off of the brake pedal, rolling out into York Street. And let me tell you, because that kid had a family member that was on the department, instead of getting the kid help, the town of Canton went and just, made sure it was all better, to the point where normally they would be towing that car and putting it, and then you'd have to go get the title and all that and blah, 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 to get it out. None of that. And that was like normal. Right. So, I bumped into one of the, not a special needs teacher, I want to say, but she just worked with the more difficult kids up in the high school. And I bumped into her at the middle school one day, and I was like, "Hey, how you doing? And you still up at the high school? How's that going?" And she's like, "Oh no, I left." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "Well, when you have parents coming to get your kids and taking them home when they're overdosing instead of getting the kids the help that they need, it's like Canton is that town that they would rather protect their name than protect their kids or save their lives." And so it's been like that. So when all of this stuff came out, I was like, woo, okay, yep, that's exactly how that town works. It's all about saving the reputation, because how their police force works and how their school systems are rated and all that stuff affects what? Real
Tax
estate.
prices, real estate prices. You're right. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
And I think a lot of the times, like, I know Rita gets it. Rita totally gets it. So I haven't spoken to her in forever. I'd love to check in with her, but we both just got so busy with life and all of that. But so yeah, Canton has been like that, forever and ever, as far as I know. And listen, the reason I moved there was because I wanted my kids in a good school system, and I was not raised in a town that was nearly as fancy as Canton.
Right.
Yeah, but it's not. It's clicky. It's all about the clicks.
Oh, it's always been that way. So my kids were obviously in sports and stuff like that. You guys know I'm like the athlete. And they were in sports, and what happened is that they kind of excelled super quickly. So I had to put them in private sports, because to not do so would have been obviously tragic. So when I did that, I think it kind of, irritated some people, because Canton's all about sports and booze and town image, you know what I mean? So there I come along, and I'm the person who likes to I work with the population the police don't want to work with, right? So here's an example. Like when I went for my LTC, Berkey was in charge then, and I had to go sit up in his office and go through my federal background check and all of that stuff, right? And he sends it to me, and it's restricted, and I'm like, that's my right, and it's up to the town, the chief of police, to decide whether or not you get a restriction or not. So I immediately email him, and I'm like, listen, you don't want to do, your officers don't want to do the work I do. I'm out in the middle of the night doing rape crisis calls, domestic violence calls, hospital advocacy calls while women are getting rape kits done, things like that, and men, especially if you're down.
Yeah, a friend of mine who's does that type of stuff asked for a male rape kit, and the lady said there's no such thing. And he says, "Oh yes, there is." So it's
Yes,
crazy.
there
Wow.
is.
I didn't
Yes,
know
there
that.
is.
First of all, I didn't know
So
that.
here I'm working at and that's the other thing. I was working at a detox during the day full time, and they have an officer on duty there during the day because they're handing out drug replacement programs, which I'm not a fan of,
What do
because
you
it's
mean, like
actually harder to
methadone?
come off of those things than it is to come off
Because it's
of the
government
opiate
owned.
itself.
Yeah, it's government owned. The
Yeah,
government's giving you the drug, right?
that's correct. They want to
Yeah.
keep everybody jammed up.
Jesus Christ.
Listen, we used to lie to people. If you had private insurance, Mikey, and you came to our place and you
Right.
needed to detox, we would lie and tell you there were no beds available because we wanted that mass health money. And the
No
other thing is
shit.
for private insurance, you can only go like once a year, and it's like $5,000 copay, blah 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 blah. You could, if you're on mass health, you can go in every 2 weeks.
Oh, so I see what works. They keep you coming. What the fuck?
So every time, you owe somebody money, you go hide in a detox. So it's like the treatment centers aren't even. It's just
Back up. What happens? You owe money and you do what?
So like if you're living out in the streets or whatever and you're
Yeah.
hustling, playing the game,
Right.
if you owe somebody money and you need to disappear for a minute so that you don't, suffer the
Oh,
consequences of owing
yeah.
people money out in that lifestyle,
Yeah.
you could just go into a detox because, we have to say, we don't know anybody like that, blah, blah, blah.
I get it.
So,
And you're protected that way too, under the HIPAA.
oh, of course,
Yeah.
well, pre-COVID, and then they tossed all kinds of,
Oh, yeah.
everything went to crap after that because the services, for example, DCF during COVID, our amazing government. So we're so fantastic in Massachusetts. However, they obviously don't know how to use PDF or anything like that to do digital signatures. So anybody that was in custody, right, Mike, they had to stay in custody. So your case was like on hold, right? So
Jesus
imagine you
Christ.
don't have your child.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to be you're supposed to be in the process of reunification.
Right.
Nothing, because you can't get any court signatures. You can't get any. They didn't have digital signatures, and I'm like,
Yes,
are
you
you
couldn't
shitting
get it.
me? Like,
Wow.
help me! I can send you a form right now that you can put a digital signature on and send back to me.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it was just so much tragic shit that went on when it came to human services during that time. Okay.
Right.
But anyway, going back to Canton, so there was just a lot of stuff. Yeah, I was the lady that came into town, and I was a city girl, and I didn't care. And I was like, yo, I'm going to disrupt if it means, so we have a saying that says, I'd rather step on your toes than step on your grave.
Okay.
Right. So
That's
it's like,
true.
I'd
Yeah.
rather tell you
Yeah.
the truth and offend you
Right.
Yeah.
than ignore what is going to kill you and watch you go. Like, it's just, and they don't like people like that. They don't want exposure of nothing. They don't want change.
No.
And it's sad. Like, oh, here's another one. I was yelled at on the town page because I was supposedly the lady that transforms gay children to like reprogram them to be straight. I'm like, what? I'm like, are you kidding me? Every single one of my kids' coaches was gay. My husband would joke around and play footsies with all their coaches under the table. Like, cut the shit. You know what I mean? Like, stop.
What the fuck?
It's ridiculous. We used to have a running joke in my family. Like, if you let your male child hang out with my female athlete for long enough, they're going to be gay because she had so many. It's just, it's insanity. I have a niece nephew that's transitioning right now. It's like, I don't care how people live their life. I just don't want them confusing adolescent brains before the ages of 18 and 24, because in the field of psych, we all know that we haven't arrived. And that's, even if that's an uninterrupted healthy brain, you know what I mean?
that's a
And so we
whole
wonder why there's so many
topic.
sick adults running around, and it's because of
Yeah.
brain interruptions.
Right.
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. Yeah.
Yes.
The male brain, especially. I can only speak for myself, but yeah, I made a lot of bad decisions before 21, 22, 23.
And so that was what I was actually kind of hoping to touch on this morning. I know I'm all over the place. I'm tired. Neither my husband.
I actually have a lady who's a nurse who's going for a doctorate. She wants to do a show. And I said, I got the perfect person for you to talk to. She's the sweetest lady I've spoken to in a while. So I'm going to hook you two up and I'll let you guys come on here and just run because she's got the knowledge and she wants to bring it to people.
Yes.
You have the knowledge and you want to bring it to the people. And I think speaking to her, I spoke to her a couple times and I spoken to, I know you, I think you guys make a good match. So
excellent. I would
a
love
heads up.
that.
I'll get you her. Maybe we'll do a stream here, a stream,
Oh, I would
and
love
see
that.
how
That would be
that works out.
fantastic.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Excellent.
there's a lot out there.
Yeah. And for
But
those
it's a
of
cool
you who
party.
don't know who I am, I was that weird lady that was kind of accidentally assigned to be the spokesperson for Lucky's family. What was, I don't know, 3 years ago now.
Thank you putting that out there.
Time out.
How's he doing?
I got the case. I got the case.
What case?
The defendant. Here's
Stop
one of the problems that I have in looking at the papers. Here's one of the
This is the right hearing
that I have in looking at the papers.
Because I can recognize the voice of Rosemary
To some
Scapiccio.
extent, everybody's talking. I don't have a full picture of what all the evidence was that was produced in 2021. I don't know the extent to which the stuff that was produced in 2025 was new, was peripherally related to things that were produced earlier, were things that the defense would have necessarily known existed but didn't ask about, or that really have to be independently investigated and should have been produced a long time ago. And understand the scope of Rule 14.
I understand.
So I think I have to have a better understanding of that, and that is a multi-pronged question. Right? Okay.
If I can just respond, we did take the time to print out all the late discoveries. I did it both in paper and I know you're a computer guy who's also a USB drive.
It's not helpful to me. Okay, I appreciate the fact that you printed it. At some point, we'll get to admission of documents, and in this hearing, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Yes, of course. I just got it.
Get that without analysis of what
she's
was
not on Twitter. I have to
before,
find her email.
And without so
tell her to send me an email, and I will send it to her.
Discovery is rolling. Okay.
Is what?
Rolling. So when we got the discovery in April, we were outraged. When we got discovery in May, we were more concerned. When we filed a motion to dismiss, we were dealing with the April and May disclosures. There have now been June disclosures and now July disclosures, and as I understand, more disclosures coming from information, Judge. So I'm concerned that what's before the court right now is not the full picture of what's happened with respect to the late discovery. And so I think that in terms of analyzing the discovery, we've spent the last month and a half just trying to get through it, Judge. Because what's happening, can you give me those? The Commonwealth is making allegations that we got certain documents. And so we have to go back to our original filings when we have them and say, what did those documents look like? And we have so many examples, Judge.
That's exactly what you need to do in order to be able to demonstrate to the court that there is prejudice. And so my threshold question is, how are we going to do this hearing? Are you intending to introduce every document that was produced during the notice of discovery 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then stack up next to that the stuff that was produced in 2025 and force me to go through it?
No.
So, so the question is, how are we going to do this in a logical way to either demonstrate prejudice, or for the Commonwealth to demonstrate absence of prejudice, or are we just going to analyze this on the grounds that all this stuff should have been available to the Commonwealth long ago, should have been produced long ago, and there should be some sanction because it was obvious that this stuff should have been produced a long time ago. And
tell Melanie to check her Instagram. Jemima has sent it on her Instagram.
So how are we going to get our arms around it?
Well, I thought about that, Judge, since we filed the motion and we knew the hearing was coming. One of the first things I did is go through every single document that the Commonwealth claimed we already had. I can tell you that I pulled those documents, I've compared them to the documents that were produced in 2021, and many, many times, Judge, they're not the same document.
Wow.
Look, but it's not the same document.
Oh.
There are additional facts in the stuff that we just got in 2025 that weren't available in 2021. And so what I planned on doing was going through what was introduced in 2021, going through what was introduced in 2025, and pointing out to the court what the differences are in those documents. To refute what the Commonwealth is saying is that they were the same document.
As a practical matter, okay, the two sides or three sides could sit down and do that. And it would eliminate the need for hours of testimony. You could sit down and say, this is a different document than what we got originally. There might be some disputes. Your work product maybe have some mistakes in it. The Commonwealth's work product may have some mistakes on it. You probably resolve 99% of it and put in an agreement that document number 236 was different. Document 237 is the same, but it's got some additional handwriting on it, whatever it is. And that could be stipulated because that's just a comparison of two different things, right? Looking back, that would establish the baseline for what's new that's been produced in 2025. And then we can talk about prejudice from those new documents.
I understand that, Judge. The other thing that I would ask,
excuse me one second more, it would also focus the analysis on what went wrong in the process. Okay, if all this stuff should have been produced in 2021 or 2022 or whatever, by identifying exactly what's new, we could pinpoint why it happened. Okay, and we get a better understanding of why it happened.
To a certain degree, Attorney Hickman already identified what was new. When she took over the case in January of 2025, she started to do, I think what she called a deep dive into the case. When she did, she discovered information that wasn't turned over. The way that she produced her discovery notices is she would tell you, I'm giving you a different copy of this because there's a different page. Or she'd say, previously produced on such and such a date. But there's something different about it that she feels like she needs to produce it now. So she's done that in the discovery notices based on her review of the case. She's told us in the discovery notices from April, May, June, I'm sure the July one that's coming, she'll say that either a portion of this or some of it was produced previously. We then go back to those documents, we pull those documents, we look at it, we compare it to what they're giving us now, and we make a determination as to whether or not there's anything new. So to a certain extent, I'm happy to sit down with the Commonwealth to talk about those, but I think Attorney Hickman has done the yeoman's work here in terms of identifying information that was not previously provided to the defense. And she's done that in discovery notices that she's already sent to us. So we've already printed out just the information that she said wasn't previously provided to us.
Okay.
For the court's review, for the Commonwealth's review. But another question that I have, Judge, is if we're going to do this sit down, and I'm happy to do whatever is going to make it easier for the court to make this hearing more efficient and more pointed. But here's the concern I have. And some of the Commonwealth's oppositions to what they've filed here, they've relied on email communications. And we don't have all of the emails that went back and forth in this case. So I'm going to make a request now, Judge, for
email between who and who.
So their emails, what they're presenting is emails between that. Trooper Proctor was the main detective assigned to this case. He did all the search warrants. He did all the interviews. He did the arrest. He presented evidence before the grand jury. So he had most of it. So to the extent that there are emails out there between Trooper Proctor and any member of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office relative to this case, not any other case, just this case, I think that we should at least get access to them. We need to understand the communication that was happening between the Commonwealth. I don't even know that when ADA Hickman took over the case, whether there was a sit down with ADA Lally, whether it was, here's my file, this is what's missing from the file, I didn't get to do these three things, could you pick up on that? We don't know any of that, Judge. But I assume that there was communication that went back and forth that I think based on the fact that they introduced the emails, they put them in question. They can't just pick and choose the emails that help them.
Well, I guess I don't understand how they put the emails in question. So I asked about they were emails between who and who, and you're saying they're emails between Proctor and the prosecution team.
That's correct.
Okay, and
and I think there's emails that are outstanding, Judge, between different members of the prosecution team, because we have what in essence
different prosecutors taking over. I understand.
Right.
Okay. What do you say?
This is a new request, certainly requesting work product, and not sure how this is relevant to the issues at hand. And I would ask that council put that into a motion so I can properly respond. I will say that in my opposition, I did, and I filed a motion to impound these. I did provide
the judge is Peter Krupp.
All of the, just to simply explain the Milton aspect of this, I provided emails from Assistant District Attorney Lally and the Milton Police to help explain the kind of communication that was going on between them, pre-indictment, after discovery requests, and as the case went forward. The third exhibit to my opposition contains information about the jail calls. Again, that was provided in January there were July 21 grand jury requests, subpoena. I would characterize it as work product, communications between Assistant District Attorney Lally and state police about the jail calls. And I made representations of that in my opposition. Relevant to the issues at hand. This carte blanche, I want every email. I don't know how that's relevant. I don't know how that's going to get us to the issues at hand here. All right. Without just simply asking for it.
I understand that issue is not yet matured for the court's consideration. Let me ask, I beg your pardon?
I'm happy to put it in writing.
Okay. And we'll deal with it after everybody's had a chance to address it. So is there an agreement that everything that was recently produced is new? How am I going to get my arms around what was produced and how it differs from what was previously produced?
I can say that what I have endeavored in my opposition was to provide it, and they're in table forms. What I asked Assistant District Attorney Lally and ADA Hickman as well to get together on this and provide me with which ones were the same, which of the discovery in 2025 was previously produced in some form. And I tried to articulate where there was differences. For an example, like a video that was provided back in 2021 in a converted format was provided in 2025 in a native format. I tried to identify those to give the court kind of a picture. That's not all that was provided in 2025, but that gives you a sense. As far as a deep dive into the substantive, whether the substantive nature of it is new to Mr. King or Ms. Gardner, I don't know that because I don't know what to them they believe is new. ADA Hickman and ADA Lally provided their discovery.
let's get particular. If you look on page 13 of your opposition, you have a chart.
Correct.
Right? You're comparing notice of discovery 28 to previously provided materials.
Correct.
Okay? And you refer to certain materials bait stamped in the notice of discovery 28. It's a little difficult for me to figure out whether this is entirely new based on the chart or whether it's some similar document or similar information but in a different form or what have you. But take any line, you know.
This is an upcoming case. This is an evidentiary hearing.
The bottom of page 13. I guess it's item 114, base number 228 to 232. Milton Police Department incident report is the way it's identified.
Right.
And there's an indication here provided to Attorney John Geary.
Correct.
So it looks to me like you're saying that this document, although recently produced by ADA Hickman, was previously produced by ADA Lally.
To the prior counsel.
to prior counsel, and presumably to this counsel also, because I'm sure all the documents were, all the discovery was reproduced when new counsel came in. So I don't know if there's a dispute about whether item 114 in discovery packet 28 is or isn't different.
Correct.
That's what I'm trying to get my arms around.
I understand that, Judge, and we've gone through those, and we've pulled them, and we've pulled out the original that we got in 2021, if there actually was an original, and then we'll put it together with what we got in 2025. So we've done that for a number of items in that chart. I think maybe all of the items in the chart, except for the videos. We haven't compared the videos because we'd be here till next year trying to compare the videos.
Some of the videos are video clips that were produced originally, and they've given you the whole video.
We know who did
and I guess I don't know if that matters. You know, obviously you now have the whole video. It would have been good if the whole video was produced, but oftentimes there's all 12 seconds in a video that matters, and you know, it's hard to know whether the omission of the entire video matters.
Understood.
So, you know, if I were to go through the first 6 items here on page 13, for example, of Mr. McKee's memo, how do I figure out whether it is or isn't different? I mean, do you also have a spreadsheet that would sort of match up here and describe what's different or what's not? Are you just doing sort of
documents?
Okay.
We were going to ask witnesses, but now I understand the court doesn't want us to do that. I'm
no,
happy.
You could. Okay, you could, but we'll be here until the cows come home. And I don't know when the last time there were cows in Dedham, but you know, bottom line is there probably is an easy way to figure out or to sit down and coordinate what isn't new and what's not, and then figure out whether it matters.
And to this point about, and you mentioned the word matters.
Well, that's prejudice.
Yeah.
Okay, that's whether there's prejudice.
All of the cases cited by both counsel, myself and Attorney Scapiccio, talk about individual documents that were provided midstream in a trial or right before trial or after trial. There hasn't been an articulation of what of any of these documents prejudices the defendant. And I just can't. I've attempted to provide Your Honor with some kind of macro areas that were new and explain them, but I don't know. I can't respond to what I don't know. I don't know which of the documents that were newly provided prejudice the defendant that the public doesn't have a view a public trial, and that grave and extreme remedy. Since this motion's been filed, the Commonwealth and the defense jointly requested that the defendant's bail be reduced to $2,500. Judge set it at $10,000. He's posted it. The trial is off the list. What I'm trying to understand, and I asked the court to order it, is if we're going to meet, I would like to know which of these documents in a pleading prejudices the defendant, so I can respond to it. I have police here to explain some of these macro issues, but I did that almost as anticipatory and trying to help the court, but I don't know even what they're asking or suggesting is prejudicial to the defendant and would prevent him from having a fair trial.
Okay.
So Judge, I think you're right. There are 2 issues here. There's their failure to produce Rule 14 discovery, which could result in sanctions other than dismissal. And I think that's an easier question because that's all the notices of discovery that ADA Hickman put together, where she noted specifically, this was not provided before, this was provided before. That's easy for the Commonwealth. It's their document. They gave it to me. So they shouldn't be confused by what they gave me and they identified as new. If they're now saying some of the stuff that ADA Hickman said was new isn't new, then they got to tell me about that, because that's what they had represented and that's what ADA Hickman had represented when she took over.
Yep.
So to the extent that we all need to sit down, I'm happy to do that, Judge, but there's 2 different lines of questioning here. One is, where's the stuff been since 2021? Because my client was in custody for almost 4 years, awaiting trial, and we had a September trial date. And then where's the prejudice? So they're jumping all the way to the prejudice, and we still don't have our arms around where's it been since 2021.
Right. So before I deal with the prejudice issue, it seems to me that I ought to know what is new and what you think is materially new. Okay? And I know that puts a burden on everybody to work together, but it seems to me that we ought to do that. I have two other matters on this morning, so we're gonna break by 11:30 today. Okay, I think I can begin by taking evidence on the question of where has this stuff been and why wasn't it turned over earlier. And we're gonna have to adjourn. We're not gonna finish this today. And in the interim, I can have you folks get together and do a comparison to figure out this is new because it has somebody's handwritten notation in the upper right-hand corner. This is new because it's the full unredacted video and the redacted video of 12 seconds is the only relevant portion, or whatever, okay? And we can get our arms around materiality, we can get our arms around prejudice, and maybe it will also focus some of the attention on why wasn't this turned over? Because it may be that this is all stuff that was annotations in one person's file. I don't know, you know? I'm not saying that's the situation, but it'll focus us a little bit. But it seems to me we can use the morning well by beginning on the first question, which is why wasn't this turned over in a timely manner? How do you want to proceed on that score?
I would then call ADA Lally first because he was the first one to touch the file, Judge.
It's the defendant's burden, certainly it's our motion, counsel's motion. I do also have here, just for I have two Milton police officers and state police, Lieutenant Tully, that I would offer the court to explain the Milton aspect and the items that ADA Hickman produced after going to the Milton Police Department and copying paper files and receiving an electronic file from them.
Okay.
That would take care of a bulk of what ADA Hickman provided in the spring of this year.
Why don't we start with ADA Lally?
Sure.
Okay. And it may be that you also want the talk to the Milton people.
I'd ask that everybody, all the witnesses, be sequestered, Judge.
That makes sense.
That's fine.
Okay.
And they've been here all morning.
And
Can I approach on behalf of ADA Lally?
Sure.
Briefly. Judge Attorney Pat Hanley on behalf of ADA Lally, who's
you're near a microphone. You're good. Okay. Go ahead. Give me your name.
Patrick Hanley on behalf of ADA Lally.
Okay.
I had filed, I think, either Thursday or Friday, and served upon the Commonwealth and Attorney Scapiccio a motion to limit or perhaps modify the format of any presentation by ADA Lally. ADA Lally is an officer of the court. ADA Lally, I anticipate, is in a position to answer many of the questions that you have or that are raised by defense counsel, but that he should do so from counsel table and address them directly rather than in response to questions. I suggest that it will be faster. He's prepared to do it. And if there is follow-up questions
Put him on the stand.
or that are derivative from defense counsel's motion, I suspect that he'll be in a position to answer them. And so I'd suggest that be the format. Why? And because it
so he doesn't want to answer questions.
Faster.
He just want to give a statement.
It also obviates the need to examine defense counsel to the extent there's any question of what was sent to defense counsel before or what was raised in documents before. Defense counsel, I would suggest, shouldn't be on the witness stand, and he shouldn't be on the witness stand. The last thing I would say is, if the court is inclined to put him on the witness stand, I'd ask for the opportunity to, at the conclusion of defense and Commonwealth's questioning, to question him and raise anything that has not been raised in his testimony by that point.
The motion is denied.
Yes. Go, Rosemary.
Mr. Lally
go,
can testify
Rosemary.
like any other witness. He has relevant testimony. He's
This
being
judge is
called
fucking
as a
breath,
witness, and he
breath
can
of pressure
testify
pressure
as
air.
any other witnesses.
Jesus.
Lawyers do it all the time. ADAs do it all the time. Defense attorneys from time to time do it.
Sure.
Okay. And
Nice try, you scumbag.
so we can proceed.
May I, well, I'll say this. The Commonwealth has filed motions to quash, and one of them partially with ADA Lally. This goes back to my initial point about narrowing the scope here and focused on the discovery issues at hand. ADA Lally is subject to a protective order on another matter, and I would ask the court to review the Commonwealth's motion to quash, and if we are taking a break here, and preclude counsel from inquiring about those issues that he cannot testify to and will not.
If there's a protective order issue, we'll address it, okay? And if he feels like he can't answer a question because he's subject to a protective order in another matter, we'll deal with it.
Thank you.
Okay.
And the other part of this is these were, and I'll just pass them up to Your Honor. These were the subpoenas that both ADA Hickman and ADA Lally received from counsel seeking production, and probably dovetails with counsel's request for all the emails. I would ask that the court quash in so much as the request for the file and any work product and anything that goes beyond Rule 14 mandatory discovery, anything that involves work product, mental impressions, or anything of the such should not be part of this questioning.
So right now, part of this questioning is, what did this ADA know?
Right.
What did he do?
Thank you.
Okay, who did he talk to? That's arguably work product. It gets discovered in this context because the question is, why wasn't this stuff produced in 2021? Yep. I understand that could be embarrassing for the office. I understand that could be embarrassing for certain individuals. That's where we are right now in this particular case, because lots of stuff from 2021 wasn't turned over. Okay. So it may be that emails become relevant to this testimony. Okay. Who knew what when, and what did they do or didn't do in order to follow up? So I'm going to have to deal with this on a question-by-question basis. I cannot quash it across the board. Correct. All right?
And I would agree, Your Honor. I actually, to that point, I have included emails to explain the issues at hand. So this is not, when I can understand an issue, I provided the emails to help explain it.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
ADA Lally, you're on.
Yes. Mr. Lally, if you could come forward to be sworn.
I apologize.
Yes.
We have witnesses here. You want them
sequestered? Yes.
So counsel's also, we have a motion to quash this subpoena entirely. ADA Hickman, do we want ADA Hickman present for this questioning?
I do not, Judge. She's going to be a witness as to what how the condition of the file as she found it. I don't think she should listen to what Lally says he had in the file before she testified. That's no dispersion on ADA Hickman at all, Judge.
I understand. I'm going to overrule the request for sequestration of ADA Hickman. She's counsel of record now and an officer of the court, and I'm confident that we do not need to extend the sequestration order to her. Your objection's preserved. Attorney Costa, to the extent you join in the objection.
I'm joining the objection, Your Honor.
And you have a standing joining of objections, if you wish, all defense counsel.
Thank you.
Okay. But others should be sequestered.
The witnesses are sequestered. Thank you. Now. Raise your right hand, face the clerk, please. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court in the case now hearing true, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, thank you.
Karen Rentala. She was amazing in it.
Good morning, Mr. Lally. In a loud, clear voice, could you please state your name, spelling your first and last name for the record?
Sure. Adam Lally, ADAM, last name LALLY.
And what do you do for a living, Mr. Lally?
Assistant District Attorney with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you worked for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Since 2005.
20 years?
Yes, almost.
What did you do before you worked for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Started with the District Attorney's Office straight out of law school. Worked a couple warehouse jobs, things like that during.
Sorry,
I worked a few warehouse jobs, things like that during law school. Went to school at night.
Okay. And what school did you go to?
Suffolk.
Suffolk Law?
Yes.
And undergrad?
Undergrad, I went to the University of Southern California.
Okay. And what was your well, at some point, how long were you in the office before you got assigned to the homicide squad? Oh, homicide unit, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure that it's an assignment to the homicide unit. I would say the first homicide that I had outside of the realm of motor vehicle homicide was probably 2015, somewhere in there.
Okay. And let me back up a little. What type of training did the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office offer you in order for you to be able to comply with Rule 14 discovery?
Objection.
Sustained.
So when you started at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, you sat in district court?
Yes.
Okay. And how many district court cases would you say you tried?
I have no idea. A lot.
More than 100?
Probably.
Okay. And in all of those cases, were you able to comply with Rule 14 discovery and turn over the discovery that was required under Rule 14?
Nope. Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. The hundreds of cases that you tried in district court, was there ever any allegation that you didn't turn over information?
Objection.
Overruled.
No.
Okay.
Fuck you.
And then at some point you moved to Superior Court. When was that?
Oh, that's
began working on Superior Court cases probably in 2006, full-time assigned to Superior Court in 2012.
Okay. When you say full-time assigned to Superior Court, what does that mean?
So what that means is during the interim period from 2006 to 2012, I had cases in Superior Court, but I was primarily assigned to the District Court.
So you were trying cases in the Superior Court, but you were still trying cases in the District Court?
Correct. Actually, I still do that to this day.
You still try cases in the District Court as well?
I do.
Okay. But you said at sometime in 2012, you were assigned to the Superior Court. Does that
Correct.
mean you came here every day?
Correct.
Okay. And what type of cases were you assigned in 2012 when you became a Superior Court DA?
Variety, pretty much ran the whole gamut. Narcotics cases, sexual assault cases, child abuse cases, breaking and entering, armed robbery, whatever I was assigned, that's what I did.
How long after you got to the DA's office did you start trying what they call light felonies?
I don't understand the line of inquiry. Everybody who is in the DA's office is responsible for complying with Rule 14 and is expected to know the confines of Rule 14 and to comply with it. So the backstory here is not particularly useful. What I want to know is what ADA Lally did in this instance.
Understood, Judge. In any event, when were you assigned to the Miles King case? And Brianna Gardner, I'm sorry.
Probably within a day or two.
A day or two of what?
Of the shooting and the murder occurring.
Okay. And how do you get assigned in the district attorney's office? Do they email you? Do they call you? How do they do that?
Objection.
Overruled.
I received a call from the first assistant.
And who would that have been at the time?
At the time, that would have been ADA Lynn Beelan.
Okay. And did she tell you you were assigned to this homicide case?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you, being assigned to a homicide case? What does that mean?
Well, I mean, at that point, it was an investigation. So as far as assisting with the investigation, should charges arise, handling the prosecution from there out.
Okay. So once you get assigned to the Miles King, Brianna Gardner case, is there a policy within the Assistant District Attorney's Office in Norfolk County on how to gather information that's required under Rule 14?
Objection.
Overruled.
A specific policy, not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, so there's no policy that you're aware of in the DA's office that that details how to gather information. Is that what you're saying?
Not that specific to that, no. Not that I know of.
So how do you gather information, and how did you gather information in the King Gardner case that was required under Rule 14? What did you do?
Objection. Just specify what is. It's too vague.
Overruled. Question is, what did you do?
So what I
think we can take it in chronological order. We'll start at the beginning, and then we'll have follow-up questions.
Sure.
Wow.
So what I do is what I do in every case, depending on how many different departments are involved. In this case, there was a local department and state police involvement. So I would make appropriate requests for any and all information that they had, any information that specifically I could outline or delineate as far as what I felt was relevant. And
Stop right there. How would you make those requests?
Typically what I would do is write out a formal discovery request, submit the form to any involved departments, and communicate either via phone or email to whoever the relevant party was that I was requesting discovery from.
When you say discovery forms, what do you put on? What did you put on the form in this case for Gardner and King?
Initially, it would be for any and all police reports, any and all photographs, any and all information as to who was present, lab reports, if they had access to fire department, run reports, any lab personnel that responded to the scene, so that I would have an idea as to whether or not there was testing that was going to be conducted or items have been recovered from the scene, copies of any and all search warrants, including applications, affidavits, copy of the warrants, any returns.
And let me stop you there. Do you have a memory in this case of asking for all the information that you just told you normally ask? Did you do that in the Brianna Gardner and Miles King case? Did you ask for all of that information?
Yes, and just for clarity purposes, when I'm initially doing this, it's not the Miles King and Brianna Gardner case.
It's just an investigation.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, and more to that point, Ms. Gardner didn't become a focus of the investigation until later on.
Okay. So while you were investigating without a defendant being a suspect, at least not initially, you asked which departments for this information?
The State Police, Norfolk County Detective Unit, as well as the Milton Police.
I can't hear you. What was the last one?
Milton Police.
Milton Police. Okay, so you asked Milton Police, you asked the State Police. Who in Milton Police did you ask, and who in the State Police did you ask to send information?
The Milton Police would have been, at that time, Lieutenant Michael Collins. The State Police would have been Trooper Michael Proctor, as he was a case officer, and Lieutenant Brian Tully.
And so you have emails going to all three of them asking for all of the information that you just listed, which would be normal information that you'd ask in any case after a homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
And did let's just take
She has it already.
Super Proctor, did he
She
respond
needs to
you?
check her Instagram.
Yes.
And what did he provide you?
At varying.
No, to the extent he recalls.
If she can't get it off Instagram, tell her to write
So
Baker
at
Media
varying times,
DK
there were
at
different
Gmail, and I'll send it to
material, whether it was what was available at that time. So initially it would have been just whatever reports were available at that time. Later on would have been photographs, video.
So how often would you say you emailed or communicated with the State Police in specifically Trooper Proctor or Trooper Tully regarding discovery in this case?
I cannot tell you how many times via email, but I mean, it was a constant conversation, particularly throughout the grand jury process as far as discovery was concerned.
Okay. So when you say a constant process, was there a time period where you asked for stuff and you didn't get it, so you were re-asking for it, or is it always new information that you're getting from the State Police?
I think it would vary. I think there were certainly items that I probably had asked for more than once, but there were definitely items that I had asked for and was provided promptly, and then moved on from there to either additional information or that avenue was complete.
So do you keep records of, I asked for search warrants, I asked for crime lab stuff, I asked for witness statements. Do you keep records when you receive that information to be able to check off to say, I got these things, they're no longer outstanding, and the rest of this is?
I mean, I keep records in the sense of a list of items I'm looking for. And obviously when I receive something, then yeah, that would get checked off the list as far as I'm not looking for that anymore because I have it.
Okay. So if you got a set of grand jury minutes from a witness that you know testified in front of the grand jury, you'd check that off your list?
Well, as far as yes, I mean, I was at the grand jury, so I know who testified at the grand jury. But as far as receiving the minutes, yes, I'm aware of the dates, and when I receive the minutes, then that would check that off the list.
I missed, I think, a question and answer, one question earlier. I think the question was, do you keep records of what you requested? What was your answer to that question?
So records, as far as what was requested, I would always have, at least in some form, some sort of running list of items I was looking for. And then if I received an item, then that would be something that would be off the list. Now that list would be obviously added to as information develops, and there might be additional items that I'm looking for.
And presumably because it's on the list, you've made the request?
Yes.
Okay.
And so you'd have whatever's on the list, you'd have emails requesting that information. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then if they emailed back, you'd have checks off of your list that you got whatever it was. That, you know, maybe you were asking for 10 things and you got 5. You'd check those 5 things off your list. Is that right?
Yes.
Is there any other mechanism you used to document what you got from, just right now we're talking about the state police, Trooper Tully and Trooper Proctor?
I'm sorry, any other mechanism of doing what again?
Keeping track of what they're producing for you. Is it all just emails and check marks on a list? Or is there some other way that you keep track as well?
No, I mean, it would be something that I would have a list of items that are outstanding that would be, you know, followed up on if they hadn't been received at that point, and then I would follow up with whoever the appropriate person was to get copies of those.
And these lists remain in the file? Your lists with the check marks remain in the file?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And have you reviewed any of them before you testified here today?
No.
Okay. Is there a reason you didn't review the file before you testified here today?
I don't have the file.
You work for the DA's office, right?
I do.
And it's in the DA's office, right?
Yes.
And you knew you were going to be asked questions about this case, right?
Yes.
And you didn't do anything to educate yourself about what you did initially on the case?
Objection. This is her witness.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with that as an objection, but I'm going to sustain the objection as to the relevance. He did not review the file. Next question.
So what did you review in preparation for your testimony here today?
I reviewed portions of the file. I reviewed some of the items that have been produced by ADA Hickman. I reviewed search warrants. I reviewed police reports. I reviewed, you were asking specifically as far as checklists or notations. I didn't review those, but I did review.
Totally done on purpose.
Of the file. I have access to the file, and I did review portions of the file.
Okay. So you did review portions of the file?
Yes. Oh, yes.
You just didn't review the checklist?
No.
Okay. Now,
oh my God.
In terms of the Milton Police Department, do you also have emails going back and forth to the Milton Police Department asking for certain documents?
Yes.
And who in the police, would that be Lieutenant Collins?
Yes.
Anyone else in the Milton Police Department were you looking for documents from?
On this case, I don't believe so, no.
And did you keep the same type of list that you kept for the state police of outstanding things that you were looking for the Milton Police Department?
Yes.
And what did you get back from the Milton Police Department? Do you remember?
Items of similar nature that they had access to as far as police reports, photographs. I don't believe Milton did any of the search warrants in this case, but other items of discovery, video that they recovered, that there's a litany of different items.
A litany of different items?
Yes.
Okay. And those would all be memorialized by email? Is that how you did it?
Yes, that's, I think, what Mr. McGee attached as Exhibit 1. It's about 137 pages.
Of emails back and forth between the Milton Police Department and you?
Correct.
And so at what point do you know that you have all of, so other than, strike that, Milton Police, State Police, any other person or entity that you sought information for in this case?
Certainly.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Who's that?
Be the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, be the State Police Crime Lab. There were some items that were outsourced to Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia, where they did some additional forensic testing pursuant to DNA. They have different methods that our lab does not. Milton Fire Department, I believe Fallon paramedics were involved in the transport of the victim, Mr. Simmons. That's all I can think of at this point.
Okay. And would you communicate with those agencies the same way you communicated with the State Police and the Milton Police via email?
For the most part, could have been a phone call on some of those.
All right, so let's stop there. If there was a phone call, how did you memorialize what you requested and what they said in a phone call?
Notes.
You have individual notes?
Yes.
And where would those notes be right now?
In the file.
Okay. So do you keep like a running page of all the notes that you've taken in the case with communications that you had with all of the other entities and officers in State Police in this case?
Not all in one location, but it would be sort of divided up by different entities as far as what I was requesting from that specific entity and what I was looking for, what I was still waiting for, what was still outstanding, things of that nature.
Okay. So what happens when you ask for something, let's just say from the state police, and they don't give it to you? What's the next thing you do?
The next thing I do would be to ask for it again.
Okay. How many times do you ask for it before you have a meeting with the state police to look at their file?
Objection.
What is this, like ADA 101, how to do your fucking job? Are you fucking serious?
I think I'll ask them again. Wow.
This is general practice, generally Mr. Lally's practice. I think part of the issue here is we don't have very specific items that are being referred to. Right. But I think I'm going to overrule the objection and give Attorney Capuccio a little bit of leeway here in terms of general practice.
So in general, how many times do you email for the same document before you go to the state police and start to have a sit down with them?
I think it varies. I think it would be depending on...
I go drinking.
Depending on a lot of different factors as far as...
I'm at the hillside with the boys. I mean,
what the item is,
what do you want me to do?
what the explanation is for why I don't have it yet, whether it's not available.
We usually go down and hang out with Berkey for a while, and then, Chief Rafferty, and we go down to the hillside.
That I know has been completed, and I've asked for it multiple times, and I still don't have it. I'm not saying that even happened in this case, but if in a general practice, if that were something that were going on, then yes, I would want to sit down with somebody and figure out exactly what's going on.
Okay. So let me ask specific questions about this case. When you reached out, let's start with Trooper Proctor. In this case, looking for information, and there were emails back and forth. Were there any occasions where you did not get the documents or the information that you were seeking from Trooper Proctor?
I don't recall anything specific other than if it was a situation where I'm looking for a report about something and that report hasn't been completed yet, or that item hasn't been obtained yet for whatever reason. But I don't recall in this case ever asking for something and just not getting it.
Do you remember asking Trooper Proctor for the search warrants that he did in this case?
Yes.
And the affidavits accompanying the search warrants?
Yes.
And did he provide them to you?
What I received was a partial affidavit for search warrants.
Did he provide them to you, yes or no?
Some.
How many search warrants do you recall?
Then he didn't give it to you.
The King Gardner case?
In 2021 or beyond?
Let's start with 2021. How many search warrants?
Yes. God.
6.
6. When you asked, and he signed all 6 search warrants, is that fair to say?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And so when did you ask Trooper Proctor for the search warrants?
In July or August of 2021 when they were filed for.
Okay. And when did you get all 6 search warrants from Trooper Proctor?
I didn't get all 6 search warrants from Trooper Proctor.
You did not?
I did not.
Okay. So
here we go with the slow roll of.
Did you get one search warrant from him?
From him
Right under the
specifically,
bus.
I received a portion of the affidavit for search warrant 306 and the entire affidavit for search warrant 348.
Okay, so you got portions of 2 search warrants, and you knew there were 6 search warrants. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you make notes somewhere in your file? Geez, I asked Trooper Proctor for these 6 search warrants. He hasn't given them to me yet.
I believe yes.
Okay, those notes are in your file.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, and then when you didn't get search warrants from Trooper Proctor, did you meet with him?
Yes. I mean, specific to that, I don't recall any specific meeting related to search warrants, but we did meet several times in relation to this investigation in this case.
But you understand that search warrants are Rule 14 automatic discovery, right? And you knew there were 6 search warrants, right?
I did.
And so when do you realize that you don't have all 6 search warrants? How long into the process? Do you know right away you don't have them all? Or do you not know for a long time you don't have them all?
I don't think I realized at that time that I didn't have them all.
So how, I guess I'm confused about how your system works. You said you had a system where if you asked for something and you didn't get it, you would then follow up with the police officer asking again and again. Did you do that with Trooper Proctor in this case with the 6 search warrant?
Yes, I believe so.
How many times did you email Trooper Proctor asking for the 6 search warrants?
I don't know.
More than 10?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. How far in between each email? Did you wait a month and email him again? Did you wait a week? Did you wait a day? How long in between your requests to Trooper Proctor to produce the 6 search warrants in this case?
I don't know.
You don't?
This is fucked.
No.
This is so fucked.
Did you review your emails
All of these
before you
people
came here
should be
today?
fired. All of them.
Some of them,
Yes.
Did you
We
see
think
any
you and I
emails
are on the
from
same page
to and
right
from
now.
Trooper Proctor regarding the search warrants?
Yes.
How many did you see?
Oh, good man.
I don't
Good to hear
recall.
that. This guy's a piece
More
of
than
shit.
5?
Yes.
More than 10?
I don't know.
What are the dates of the first time you asked Trooper Proctor for the search warrant?
Right?
Specific date, I don't know.
What the
How
fuck?
long before the next time you asked him for a 6 search warrant?
Specifically, I don't know.
Was it months or weeks?
Oh my God.
Weeks.
Weeks later. Okay,
Yes.
so that's 2 times you asked him. What about the third time? How much time went by?
I don't know.
Months or weeks?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
What about the fourth time?
Again,
Oh.
I don't know how many times, and I don't know specific dates.
So I guess my question is, how does your
He's an
system
attorney.
work
He's
if
an ADA.
you're not getting the discovery that you're asking a police
She
officer
is
for,
tearing him a
and you're
new
asked for
asshole.
it, let's just say 5 times?
This
What do
should
you do?
be
Do you go to the office and
a
you sit down and say,
forecasting for
give me
any
these
attorney
search
that
warrants, I have
fucks
to turn them
around,
over?
and they're going to find out
Yes.
from this fucking lady.
Yes.
Scott Pucci,
Yes.
yeah.
Did you do that in this case?
Fucking
Yeah.
You go to
bring
Trooper Proctor
the
and say,
wrath on
give me
him
the
right
search
now.
warrants because I have to turn them over.
What the fuck?
Yes.
When did you do that?
Sometime prior to the defendant's arraignment in December of 21.
November of 21, did you say?
December of 21.
December of 21. So when you get to his office, do you go there or do you tell him to come to your office? I don't know how that works.
Either way, I don't
Remember
remember.
how you met about the search warrants the first time?
The
In other words, did he come to you or you go to him?
I don't know.
Okay. So you have a sit down
Yes.
and you ask him for the 6 search warrants. And what does he say?
You will get them to me.
He will get them to you.
Yes.
Okay. If you tell him I have an obligation to turn this over because it's Rule 14 discovery, I need it right away, I've asked for it 5 times, what's the deal?
Those specific words, no, but the gist, yes.
Well, tell me what you said specifically.
I don't know.
Well, give me a best estimate of what you said to Trooper Proctor after you asked 5 times the search warrants that he didn't turn over.
Why is he covering for him? I don't
Keep
get
any
it.
notes
Just
of your
fucking-
conversations with
he's
Trooper
ruining
Proctor
himself right
when
now.
you were
He's
asking
coming
for
back
these
piece
6
of shit.
search warrants that he didn't give you.
None of this.
No.
Why not?
Right?
It was something that I knew that was outstanding. It was something that I had asked for in written form numerous times. I didn't feel the need to write a note that I asked for it again.
So that's the first sit down. Did you send emails after the first sit down saying, hey, you promised me you're going to send these 6 search warrants, I still don't have them?
Objection, assuming facts.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the
Did you
question?
send another email to Trooper Proctor after you had the sit down at sometime in December of 2021 saying, hey, you still didn't send those 6 search warrants, can you send them over?
Yes.
How far after Mr. King's arraignment in December of 2021 did you send that email to Trooper Proctor?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
Was it a year?
I don't think so, no.
Jesus Christ.
What do you think? What's your best estimate of when you sent that email after you sat down with Trooper Proctor?
I would say probably a few months later.
All right. A few months.
Yes.
So February, March of 2022, is that what you're thinking?
I don't recall specifically.
So when you're in this room with Trooper Proctor asking about the 6 search warrants, do you ask him for his file? Like, give me your whole file so I can go through it and figure out what's in it?
No.
Why not? You're there. There's outstanding discovery.
Are you reading his
You have the obligation, not the police officer. Why don't you ask?
Get me the fuck out of here.
I entrusted that whatever discovery I was requesting, I would get at some point in a timely fashion and then turn it over.
Yeah,
didn't
just
get it. You asked for
imagine
it
it'll
5
come
times.
someday.
You didn't get it. You had to go see him. You have them right there now, and you still don't say, give me your file? Let me go through it.
No, I did not.
And when he says you'll get the search warrants, I'll send them to you.
Schooling him.
Did he have them? Did he have copies of the search warrants? He just wasn't giving them to you?
Oh.
That I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Oh.
Well,
I will. Right.
You don't get the search warrants in any event after that sit down, and you send another email. What's Trooper Proctor's response to that email?
Again, I don't know that I sent another email, but I know that there were subsequent conversations about it. Whether it was what format it was in, I don't know.
Okay, and at this point, you have to be getting a.
And I love it. The judge is not saving him. The judge is not helping him at all. He's not used to that.
Overruled.
Yes. Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry. Your question again?
You have to be getting a little upset at Trooper Proctor that you're asking him for information that he's not giving you, right?
Fucking bury him.
I'd say upset, frustrated, probably.
I'm sorry?
Frustrated, probably.
Oh. Judge, can we approach sidebar just briefly?
No.
Sure.
So
Man.
while they are at sidebar,
This
catch
is great.
up.
This is good.
This is a fallout from the Karen Reed case because all of the defense attorneys started looking at Rule 14 discovery. For instance, search warrants, which is an automatic Rule 14. Rule 14 is you must turn this evidence over to the defense counsel. Now, little red Lally is sitting there saying, well, I asked for it and I didn't get it. I got parts of maybe 2 of them out of the 6 search warrants in this case. Each and every search warrant should have been automatically given to the defense. But he did a little follow-up and then he followed up again and then he might have followed up again. He had a really good system where he kept everything written down so he knew what, if any, things he had to take care of to turn over to the defense. But hey, that system is just like his hairline, failing. So Lally, the big old idiot he is, has now just admitted that there was Rule 14 violations because if only 2 partial search warrants was turned over out of the 6 search warrant in this case, well, that's a Rule 14 discovery violation. I don't know who is the one who can do anything to the DA's office. Is it the governor? Is it God Almighty? Or maybe Zeus from Olympus? Someone needs to fire everyone. This clown on the stand right now with his, I don't know. He sounds like Bev after a White Claw bender. You are on the stand because you are shitty at your job. You lost your job in the Karen Reed case. You had to spend $500,000 to get an even worse attorney on the stand. And now you're sitting there like, I don't give a F. Well, you might have people who, this Miles King, I think he might have done it. You are the reason. And like Aiden said on Twitch yesterday, hey, even if they're guilty, if we believe in justice for Karen Reed, they have to follow the same effing rules when it's someone who's guilty. Turn over the discovery. Make sure that you don't try and pull the wool over the eyes of the defense. You are a disgrace to the justice system. The police, the DA's office, everyone is a disgrace. And all of you should be fired. I don't know if there is any viable candidate for the next year's DA election because it has a lot to do with money and connections. But dear people of Massachusetts, this is what you get if you just go down and vote like you always do. You'll get Meatball Morrissey, and with Meatball Morrissey, you'll get power-hungry little gnomes who think they can F everyone over and not follow the rules. I hope change will come, but I'm afraid it's not gonna come because in America, like Denmark, 85% of people will just vote exactly the same way they voted the last time because, hey, we know him. He's that fat guy who walks in the parades all the time. With all the parade walking, he should be thinner. And can you send Melody a little link? We did. Thank you,
yeah.
Michelle L., for becoming a member. Dave, what is this hearing over? Please tell me what this case is about. Is this a lawsuit or a separate criminal matter?
In any event, ADA Lally, a couple of months goes by.
This is a
you still
separate
don't
case.
have the 6 search warrants. What do you do?
Deaver.
I don't know. I mean, I
specific
to the 6 search warrants, I don't recall as far as there was a topic that was discussed repeatedly. Obviously, I never received them because I never provided them to you or to Ms. Costa.
Okay. So I guess what I'm saying is you knew they existed, and you knew that, let me just say this, you knew that all 6 search warrants existed. Is that right?
Yes, we went through all six of the search warrants on the last day of the grand jury presentation on November 19th, 2021. That's in the grand jury minutes as far as going through each of the materials, each of the search warrants, that they were search warrants, how that material was obtained, and the material that was returned in response to 3 of the search warrants was marked.
This is not my doing.
jury
This
exhibits
is
33,
Marissa
34,
and Jemima,
35.
who are my real and annoyed people enough to get you a link, mods. Today
Well, no,
it's Marissa.
actually, I'm sorry.
Information in front of the grand jury about 6 search warrants that you hadn't seen, and you put returns or information that had been returned in front of the grand jury on search warrants you had never seen.
So with
Answer that question.
and I'm trying to. So
Okay.
with regard to those 3 search warrants, that was 306, 307, and 329, which were the call detail records for your client, the victim, Mr. Simmons, and Mr. Jeanette. The materials also that came back from the cell phone providers also contained a copy of the warrant, as well as the addendum to the warrant,
So you
which was
had
then
them.
also provided to you and Ms. Costa in discovery.
But not the warrants themselves.
No, the warrants themselves and the addendums, not the application and not the affidavit.
Right. So you understand that in order to make a determination as to whether or not you're going to suppress certain information, you actually need what you asked for and what you, in the affidavit that told the clerk magistrate why you had probable cause, right?
Objection. I can take judicial notice of that, and I'm sure
because
Mr.
you're
Lally
nasty.
knows that.
Okay. So you get in front of the grand jury. When do you present this case to the grand jury?
Began in July of
That case is over.
2021. That grand jury sat in July, August, and September. The presentation had not been completed at that point, so there was a motion to extend the grand jury. And I believe there was one subsequent date that we went before them on November 19th, 2021.
November what?
19th, 2021, that's when indictments were returned.
In 2021.
Correct.
Okay. So at some point when Mr. King is arraigned, you understand at that point Rule 14 kicks in, right?
Yes, I mean, I'm thinking,
Right?
I'm thinking about Rule 14 well before that.
Okay. And you know, when you arraign Mr. King, you still don't have the search warrant. Do you have another conversation with Trooper Proctor about, hey, where are these search warrants? I have to turn them over?
I'm sure I did.
And do you know when that would have been?
I don't.
Okay. And then remember at some point in December of 2021, receiving a discovery notice from me. Hey, Prosecutor Toronto,
Yes.
this is just my discovery notice.
That a discovery motion, or what is
Motion,
that?
I'm sorry, motion, Judge.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, after having filed this motion, you asked the time to go through and make sure that you can comply with all the requests, right?
Yes.
And you didn't have any specific objections to anything that I was asking for, right?
At that time, no.
Okay. May I proceed, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Sorry, Judge.
Is that an exhibit? Is that a docket entry?
It is a docket entry, Judge.
Do you know what it is?
I think it
Or we can mark that just so that there's a record of what you're showing the witness?
has my writing on it, Judge. So
All right,
I won't
so-
mark it. But I'll do it after the hearing. I'll find the exhibit and I'll make a clean copy and send it to the court, Judge. So once you get the discovery notice, you know for sure that there are certain categories of information that we're looking for, right?
Yes.
And number one is all automatic mandatory discovery. under Rule 14, right?
Correct.
Would you consider those search warrants automatic mandatory discovery under Rule 14? Okay. And we were looking for any and all statements of witnesses, is that right?
Yes.
And we were looking for all exculpatory information, whether tangible.
The document speaks for itself.
Okay, that's fine, Judge. So after I filed this motion to December of 2021, you have another conversation with Trooper Proctor saying, give me the 6 search warrants.
I'm sure I did. My general practice is if there is any discovery motion that's filed by counsel, what I'll do is I'll send that to the appropriate police personnel as far as making requests and making sure that they're apprised of what's been at least asked for.
And did you do that in this case? Did you send my motion for discovery to Trooper Proctor, to the Milton Police, to the crime lab, to the medical examiner's office? Did you send it to all of those entities?
Every motion that you filed, yes.
Okay. And then what do you do to follow up with each of those entities? Let's start with the state police. They get a copy of my discovery motion. You're looking for all of the evidence that they have. And
we get rid of it.
Search warrants that, for whatever reason, Trooper Proctor
We
has
lose
given
it
you.
intentionally
When you
in
follow up,
spam.
How long does it take you to follow up from the time that you give them
Right?
the motion until
Rudimentary lawyering 101. Like, this is like
Typically, I don't know. Typically, I would give it a couple of weeks or so.
and after a couple, and in this case, did you give it a couple
burn
of
it
weeks?
right away.
Probably.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then I'll follow up again.
When you
He
say
lost
follow
his
up, do you
homework.
send another email, or do you get in your car and drive down there and say, we got to end this, give me this stuff?
I would email or a phone call.
Yeah, send an email.
And so did you email a phone call, or make a phone call to Trooper Proctor? In this case?
Fucking get his
I'm sure I
records.
And what was his response
I don't
when you
recall.
asked for the 6 search warrants?
I don't recall.
He knows the answer to this stuff
Do
too.
you have any notes of your conversation with him? Remember you taking notes?
I don't believe so, no.
Is there a reason that you didn't take notes when you
'Cause
spoke
I
to
suck.
Trooper Proctor after
I
the
suck as an
search warrant
attorney.
has become an issue? That you wouldn't take
Yeah,
notes
it
of
was
what Trooper Proctor
Reno
told
that
you
said
about
that,
the search
yeah.
warrant?
So you're asking me about a conversation that I don't recall specifically when it happened or exactly what was said. So whether or not I took notes for that conversation, I don't know. What I would do typically in my general practice is to follow up with whoever I had outstanding discovery requests in relation to try to get whatever information that I was seeking.
Okay, and so did you follow up with Trooper Proctor about the 6 search warrants?
I'm sure I did, amongst probably a number of other items.
Okay, and then you knew this case was going in for another date on discovery, right?
Yes.
And you knew you'd have to answer to the court what you've provided and what's outstanding. Isn't that typically how it goes on discovery dates?
Yes.
Did you ever tell the court, geez, I have these 6 search warrants that Trooper Proctor has, I can't get my hands on them, can you issue an order or can you help me out here?
Did I do that? No.
So when you went to court, do you remember representing to the court that discovery was ongoing and that you were producing as much
Was
information
he working
as you
at the
could?
registry?
Remember
What the
that?
fuck is going on?
Typically, that's what I would say if that was the
Seriously?
case. Yes.
Okay, but you knew when you represented that to the court that you didn't have the search warrants, right?
Yes.
So what was your plan? How are you going to get them?
Was she a nurse
As I
at
stated,
school?
what my
the
practice
fuck?
would be if there was some outstanding item of discovery, I would request it and follow up if I hadn't received it.
But you did that. You requested it 5 times. You went to see him. Then you got my discovery motion. You sent that to him. You
He
waited another
backdated
month.
reports.
And then what happened?
You know we did. You know we did, Kevin.
I don't recall.
Well, don't you tell him, get me these things now. I'm coming down your office.
Objection.
No, he's a wuss.
Overruled.
Did I ever tell him that? No.
Okay. So
Get
what do
Proctor
you
on the
do
stage.
when he's not complying with your request?
Someone's lying, right? Between the two of them.
What's the policy in the office of the district attorney's office
This
in
is
Norfolk
great.
County
This is
when
great to
a state
see.
trooper is not complying with a request for discovery?
Objection.
Overruled if there is a policy.
What's the policy?
I don't know any specific policy related to that.
Okay. So
It's called the law. Rule 14 law.
Hey, I've asked Trooper Proctor 5, 6, 7 times for these search warrants. I've been down to see him in person at least once. He's not giving them to me. What do I do?
I cover for him.
No.
Did you ever have another case other than Mr. King and Ms. Gardner's
I
case
lie for him.
where a state trooper didn't give you search warrants that you had been asking for since before indictment?
Objection.
He just does what he's told.
Yeah. I'm a
Not that I
pussy,
recall, no.
and he beats me up in the locker room.
Your Honor, may I be heard on one slight issue?
No.
The discovery that the discovery request the counsel is speaking to, I don't believe that it was ever docketed. I don't have a copy of it. I've never seen it. So
The motion, the motion?
Motion for discovery was filed. He got.
It may not have reached the docket. As I guess.
I want to make sure that you see it, though. Let's make sure you.
Speaking about it a lot here.
No. Attorney Scapiccio, can you just give it to Mr. McGee for a second?
Sure.
Oh my
I think
God.
it would be in the file.
I would think
Give
it would be.
Larry a breath of fresh
Is that
air.
a clean copy?
That is a clean copy, Judge.
Can we mark that? Should we mark it?
Yes.
They do have sidebars.
I don't know.
But this is because he asked for
Oh, the non-signed, all right, so let me get you a signed copy, Judge.
the paper she was talking about. He
The
claimed he
bottom
didn't
line is
have
the
it.
witness said he received it, Judge. I know I wouldn't have not filed it. We talked about it in the hearing. And I think there is a transcript, Judge, of a hearing where we talked about the discovery motion, the court had it.
All right, we'll get,
in front of
we'll
it.
figure that out.
You guys took the transcript?
We do have a
I bet
ADA
you
Hickman did have
Nan's
a copy.
shaking in her.
Oh,
You do have a
you did
copy.
have it.
I never saw it on the
Oh.
docket. I was working right
Crazy.
off.
You should have a Melanie Little on your team.
And
Not
just so
Melanie
the
Little.
record is
Elizabeth,
clear, we have
Miss
marked
Little
it.
on the
You want it
team
marked
because
as
she would
exhibit
know
one
where
in
all
this
your stuff
hearing?
was.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
All right.
Get your signed
That's
copy.
true,
All right. That will be exhibit one.
Thank you.
Oh, we're getting to exhibits now. This is great.
I'd also, at some point, Judge, like to mark the pretrial conference report in this case.
Thank you.
So this had never happened to you before, Attorney Rowley, and you didn't go to Lynn Beelan, who was your supervisor, and ask her what to do. What was your plan? How were you going to solve it?
Karma. Yeah.
I don't recall specifically having a plan. If there was a situation where I was asking a trooper or a case officer for something and I had not yet received it, I might get that person's supervisor involved as far as saying I've asked for this a few times, I don't have it.
Okay, so let's stop there. Trooper Tully was Trooper Proctor's supervisor,
Yeah,
is that
man.
right?
I wonder what you're thinking right
Trooper
now.
Tully and say, hey,
This is
I don't know what the
fucking
deal is, but I can't get
insane.
these 6 search warrants from Trooper Proctor. Can you have him send them to me?
Specifically about the search warrants, I don't recall.
You didn't go to a supervisor.
I don't know if I did or I didn't.
It's so cool
And sit here
to
till you
see
don't
him
remember
not get saved by
going to a
by
supervisor,
a
is that right?
judge. You're on mute. Just so you know.
I know that there were
This
a
is
number of
horrible.
meetings.
This is like HR taking you
relation
back
to
upstairs,
discovery that
or
Lieutenant Tully
you're
was
in the
present
C-suite,
for,
and you're getting
along with
belittled
Trooper Proctor,
by
but
somebody that
going
you report that
specifically
reports
to
to
his
you.
office to
This is
demand
fucked.
6 search warrants, I don't recall that.
So
He's just really covered for Proctor in the Mass State Police.
how much
That's
time
all
goes
he's
by
doing.
before
He's
you ask
buying
for the search
time.
warrants again?
And he's the
I don't
fucking
know.
sacrificial lamb
Is
right
it a
now.
year?
I don't know.
Fuck.
During the time period, you
Right?
going to say that we were appearing in court every couple of months
Yes.
on discovery, right?
Yes.
He has Dever syndrome.
Did you ever notify the court on any of those court
ruining
appearances
his
that you having
go
trouble
for my channel.
In the
getting
privatized
custody of
body,
the
in
6
the
search warrants that
private
were issued in this
public
case?
market, when he gets
No.
out of the ADA office, try to go get hired somewhere.
Now,
Where's he going to go? They're going to pull this up. Well, what happened here?
we
Why
talked
did you
about
not know
having
this?
meetings,
This is
discovery
forever.
meetings. Tell us what those are.
Someone else that has a rally involved with their case could pull this back up
At
and use
various
this case
points,
law.
probably more towards the early
It's fucked.
stages, or if there's something that's significant that comes up, it would be just a meeting in relation to this is the discovery that's outstanding. This is what I'm looking for. What's the ETA on this? When should I expect to receive this?
And are those meetings in person or on the phone?
Typically in person.
And do they take place at the DA's office or at the state police?
Well, I mean, in this
The whole state
specific
police
instance,
department
the
has to
state
become
police is
DA
attached
after
to the
this.
DA's office, so it's the same building. So whether
So
it
they
was
he literally
my end of the
walked
hall
over
or their
to
end
a
of the
couple
hall, I don't know.
cubicles and asked Proctor, where's my
And
fucking
you remember
search warrant?
discussing the
He's not
search warrant
driving
and
to
the
another
outstanding
station.
nature
He
of the
walked
search
down the
warrant
hall.
at the first discovery meeting.
Up.
Yes,
And what was the response?
that the search warrants are still ongoing, as some of those search warrants were not just July. I believe it continued into probably September of 2021 as far as the last of the search warrants. I could be off on those dates, but
Yeah, you think so? You fucking cuck. Sorry. Sorry, I
So,
swore.
how many how many motions or how many meetings do you have regarding discovery?
He is the cuck of all cucks, though, Lally.
Oh my
before
God.
the return,
He's the guy that's going to
before the
watch
return
him
of
do
the
his
search
wife,
warrant in
and he's
July of
watching, being
2021.
like, all right, go ahead.
If that's the date.
Yeah.
Not many. I mean, I mean, the murder occurs on July 10th, so there's not a lot of time in between that. So probably 2 at the most.
2, okay. And you don't take any notes on those meetings either?
No.
I don't know.
But I don't know.
I don't know.
If you have this list that says all these things are outstanding, and you're having these meetings because there's things outstanding.
She owns him right now.
If you're not taking notes at these meetings, how do you know what people are saying and when to expect a discussion?
It was a false memory.
If there was something that specifically was known as far as, this is what's going on with this piece, and anticipated sort of ETA on return or something, then yeah, there would probably be a note about that.
All right, so let's.
I'd walk back to my
the
cubicle
return
and sit
came back
down
the
again.
latest July of 2021. Let's give you 3 months: August, September, October. October of 2021. Are you asking again for the search warrant? So you still don't
We've
have?
been over this time period. I'm trying to figure out some you went all the way through arraignment and on the number of meetings and emails back and forth. I get it, but maybe you want to cover new ground.
I'm just trying to figure out. So let me ask a question. So
wow.
When do you realize that you never turned over the search warrant? When do you realize that?
As far as the 2021?
Back up. When do you get the search warrant in your custody?
In my custody?
Yeah.
He's not paying attention now.
I would say probably I
The
became
judge is
aware
all
of it
over this. He's all over this. He knows exactly what's being said.
about a month ago.
In 2025?
Yes.
July of 2025 or June of 2025?
Yes.
Is the first time you became aware that you didn't turn over the search warrant?
Yes. If I had been aware earlier, then I would have turned over the search warrants.
But you had your list, right? You had your list that said 6 search warrants outstanding, right?
Yes.
You didn't ever check that off, right?
No.
So you knew they were outstanding, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then when did they get to your file?
Again, so as far as my file, they did not. Again, I became aware of it after the case had been transferred from myself to ADA Hickman.
Well, let's talk about that. What date was the case transferred from you to ADA Hickman?
I don't know. She's got Lally just.
Say probably somewhere in October or November of 2024.
2024.
Yes.
And how does the case, let me just say in general, how does the case get transferred from one DA to another? Is there a policy within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office of what needs to get done to transfer a file?
No policy.
Now we're going to question his
So
protocol.
what did you do in this case with Mr. King and Mr. Gardner to ensure that your complete file got in the hands of ADA Hickman?
So I physically took the physical file from my office to ADA Hickman's office.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with her?
Yes.
And did you tell her, hey, there's 6 search warrants that I was never able to get from Cooper Proctor?
Again, if I had known or remembered that the 6 search warrants were still outstanding, then I would have got them and provided them. So no, I did not reference that specifically.
Kind of a big deal.
The defense was asking for them.
Hickman has to come back to you and say, did you not
From across
turn
the
over these 6
fucking
search
Atlantic
warrants?
Ocean, folks.
Say
You
that
can
to you?
hear me.
No.
She never did.
False memory.
Nope.
Did you ever have a
So
conversation
he forgot
with
that he
Hickman
had to turn over
about the
evidence.
outstanding 6 search warrants?
Yes.
Not until recently, no.
Okay. And
This
what
is
transpired?
acceptable, people. This is fucked.
Objection.
This
Sustained.
is fucked.
So when you told the court that discovery was almost complete, did you know when you made that representation that the 6 search warrants were still outstanding?
Objection. I don't know what time frame we're talking about. I also, as I've stated
You're doing a good job, Lally. Hang in there. We're almost through this.
in my opposition, I've reviewed the FDRs on this from December and February and the other dates in 2025. That statement was never made. So, That's and then what I want to December date. That's what I want to date. and October as well, when Your Honor set this for trial. So I
Gail.
thank you.
So When's the last time you remember answering on this case?
I believe it was December of 2024.
Would it have been January of 2024?
January 2024?
Oh, so let me back that up. In January 2024, were you still representing the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember there being a hearing regarding discovery?
Not specifically, but I'm sure there were.
And do you remember, excuse me, do you remember the court asking about discovery and how the discovery was proceeding?
I'm sure it happened. I don't recall that specific date or what was asked.
Okay.
I don't recall anything.
He's an idiot.
I hope his wife
And
is
do you remember telling the
transferring
court
all
in
funds.
January of 2024 that you were hopeful that by March of 2024, we could proceed forward because discovery would be complete?
Oh,
Remember
that's
that?
like you did in every hearing in the Karen Reed case. 2 more weeks.
May I approach Commissioner?
Yes.
Seems like it's normal practice.
So
for,
again, he misled the court, and the court just says, yeah, that's fine.
That's right, Baker.
It's like a normal practice with certain judges. They accept it for the prosecution. But, you know, grave concerns when it happens to a certain... You know what I mean?
She is great.
Grave concerns. I have grave concerns. This lady's no bullshit.
January 24th, 2024.
Yeah,
and actually look at page 5 and tell me, read that the bottom of page 5 to yourself and the top of page 6.
Yeah, beach bum.
No, because everyone is dirty in the justice system in Massachusetts, it looks like.
I'm not going to argue with them. I'm going to say,
I watched the Ritala case way before
Does that
Karen
refresh your
Reed.
memory as to whether or not in January of 2024 you told this court that substantially discovery was complete? There might be 1 or 2 items that are outstanding, but can we get them to us?
I didn't read that portion. I was reading the highlighted portion. If I could have a moment.
Why you were just asked a question about it, so why didn't you read that? You're such an idiot.
I'm sorry. I'm going to shut my mic off. I am so online.
All right.
I can't keep my mouth shut. That city girl in me.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing what you're referring to in that.
Well, do you remember
transcript.
telling the court, Your Honor, I think as far as discovery goes, we're in a fairly good position. Did you say that to the court?
I may have.
Look at lines 16, 17, and 18 on the document that's in front of you, Ms. Lally.
And what page, Ms. Attorney?
Page 4, lines 16, 17, and 18. The court asks, where are we, Ms. ADA Lally? And you say, Your Honor, I think as far as discovery goes, we're in a fairly good position. Did you say that?
Again, I'm sorry. In the transcript that you handed me, I don't see that.
He's a fucking
He's going to be reminded of his job. Let's think about that for a minute. Okay? The last 3 years of his life.
Yeah.
Like,
Him and Proctor,
Incompetence or
Tully,
intentional? That's the way I look at it.
Garino,
Incompetence
how
or
much
intentional?
crap have they cost, or how much money have they cost the state of Massachusetts, and how many people have they potentially put innocently in prison because they didn't want to do their job?
That's right.
They just do this.
Hold on, let me get this right.
He lives in Denmark, and he understands the judicial system here.
listen,
That's
he
fucked up.
understands it better than most Massachusetts residents, so.
Oh. Yeah. This is
Honky donkey is the thing everything is.
Monkey donkey.
But I really love Rosemary's Fire.
I was wrong, you were right.
Yeah,
you remember
the
telling the court there
Scappuccio.
may be a couple of outstanding pieces talking about discovery that I'll check
Aiden
on.
tried to get her
about the
as
cases
his
that I was
lawyer
speaking to
before
Mr.
Brado.
Costa about.
She was
But
too
I
busy.
think hopefully that by March 11th, we should be able to proceed forward. Remember saying that to the court?
Do I remember saying that to the court? No. If
Does reading that refresh your memory that you said it to the court?
I didn't read that portion, what page are we on?
Yes.
You can read from here over to here. To yourself, please.
Sure.
She just caught him lying. Oh my God.
Get him.
What the F is going on?
Yes, that's correct.
Does that refresh your memory? maybe a rally that we
You
need to
said
get to the
no,
court
but if
that.
it's in there.
Exactly right. There may be a couple of outstanding pieces that I'll check on, and some other pieces that I was speaking to Ms. Carter about. But hopefully by the March 11th date, we should be able to proceed forward. Did you say that to the court?
Well, those are two. So does it refresh my memory? No, but according to that transcript, that's what I said. Yes.
Okay. And you know at that point that there were still 6 outstanding search warrants that you didn't have?
No. Again, if I had known, then I would have gotten them and provided them.
But your system
Okay.
said they were missing.
What the F?
Weren't we talking about search warrants on this day?
You're talking about 2022 search warrants, which were in a subsequent notice of discovery related to a cell tower dump. You were provided all of those as far as the application, the affidavit, the return, and copies of the warrants themselves.
So we're talking about search warrants,
Separate search warrants, yes.
and nothing's ringing a bell that you didn't turn over 6 search warrants?
Apparently not.
Okay. So the 2022 search warrants that we talked about in
Is this
court.
real life? Are
on
you a real lawyer, dude?
January 24th of 2024. At that point, Mr. Payne was indicted. Is that right?
Yes.
Was Ms. Gardner indicted?
Yes.
All right. So what process did you go through to issue the 2022 search warrants after indictment?
Through this court.
I'm sorry?
Through this court.
So you went to Superior Court and asked for these search warrants. Is that right?
Myself personally, no.
Well, did you notify defense counsel that you were asking for search warrants in a case where a client had already been indicted?
No.
Do you know whether or not there's an obligation on behalf of the district attorney's office to notify defense counsel post-indictment if you're moving to request additional search warrants?
They weren't search warrants that were pertaining to the defendants. They were.
Do you know whether or not there is an obligation on behalf of the district attorney's office, you specifically, to notify defense counsel if you're seeking search warrants after indictment?
Objection. If this is a legal, yeah.
Sustained.
Thank you.
So in any event, we're talking about search warrants in January of 2024. You don't say anything about the search warrants that are still outstanding, those 6. And you tell the court there's only a few things that are outstanding then. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then we come back, we suggest March, and we come back in March. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Then in March, do you tell the court, Your Honor, as far as discovery goes, we're in fairly good position. In regard to that, I believe that was turned over just prior at the last date, so there may be a couple of other additional items of discovery that I need to get and turn over. But otherwise, I think we're in a fairly good position. Did you say that to the court, sir?
I don't.
Finish, Your Honor.
Yes.
No, she's crushing him.
These transcripts in the FTR, what's on the FTR, what was said by whom, when, is all a matter of public record, and we can look at the FTR and get it. So specific quotes and what was said, what was represented, that's part of the record, and we can see that.
I just have to set it up so I can ask the question that I want to ask, Judge.
Great.
Thank you. So after having made that representation to the court, did you do anything to get the 6 search warrants?
No.
What were the outstanding matters as far as you understood back in March of 2024?
I don't recall exactly what we were talking about on a court date in March of 2024.
Do you have any notes that would refresh your memory as to what was outstanding at that point?
They can't.
I might.
And would they be in your file?
If they were anywhere, that's where they would be, yes.
Okay.
They were anywhere. Oh my God.
Other than the discovery motion that we filed, did we also file a pretrial conference report in this case?
That I don't recall.
Okay, but you understand normally we file a pretrial conference report where you agree to give me what I'm asking for, and we agree to file motions on stuff we can't agree on. Is that typically how it goes?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't remember signing a pretrial conference report? Not that you didn't, you just don't recall.
I don't recall every pretrial conference report I've signed.
Okay. And then we talked about the meeting with the state police. Did you have any meetings with the Milton police regarding outstanding discovery?
In-person meetings? No.
Did you send the Milton police the same type of discovery
He's out on bond.
that you would have sent to the state police?
Yes.
And did you follow up with the Milton police the same way that you say you followed up with the state police?
Yes.
And did you follow up specifically with Lieutenant Collins?
Yes.
And so What in your mind was outstanding on the Milton discovery that you were communicating with Lieutenant Collins regarding?
At what time?
Let's start at the beginning.
Again, it's the same type of information that you asked about before, as far as reports or photographs or any material that they might have pertinent to the case.
Okay.
So whatever the Milton police turned over to you, would you have kept notes of that somewhere?
He keeps his system.
Yes.
Or there have been emails back and forth between you and Milton about what transpired?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any trouble getting information from the Milton Police Department?
No.
When you asked for things, did they return your email and give you what you were looking for?
Yes.
Were there any reports from the Milton Police Department that you say you didn't have before you turned the case over to ADA Hickman?
There was one report, yes.
And what was that report regarding?
Mr. Turner.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Turner.
And what about Mr. Turner?
There was a report in the materials that ADA Hickman turned over in 2025 that was, I believe, offered by Detective Sergeant Clifford Murphy pertaining to Mr. Turner that I had never seen before.
Okay, and do you know why that wasn't turned over by the Milton Police Department?
No.
Did you go down to the Milton Police Department and look through their files?
No.
At any point in time when you were representing the Commonwealth, in this case, did you go down to the Milton Police Department and look through their files?
No.
Is that something that you would normally do in a homicide case? Go to the police officer's office and ask for the file?
At what point in the case?
At any point.
Typically, that would be something that I would endeavor to do closer to trial.
Closer to trial?
Yes.
So how could you make sure your obligation was satisfied if you're not meeting with the police until right before trial?
It's an ongoing duty and obligation that extends even beyond a trial.
Right, that's not my point. My point is, if you're not meeting
Break
with
at 11 or
and you're
11:30.
not going through their information,
Oh,
how do you
it
know you
ends.
turned everything over to the defense?
Because I requested it and I've been given assurances or information indicating that that is what they have.
Let me ask you the same question about the state police. Did you ever go through the state police file while you were handling the case, as opposed to making requests and even sitting down with the state police to make, face-to-face requests on an ongoing basis and all the follow-up contacts that you had? Did you ever actually request their whole file to go through it yourself?
No.
Okay.
And can you tell us, was there a policy within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office of sitting down with police departments, whether it's state police or Milton Police, and reviewing their file prior to trial?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. So how far in advance of trial do you finally sit down and go through, let's take the Milton Police box?
It would depend case to case, but it's something that I would probably do at least a few months ahead of trial.
A few months. And is that the first time that you put your hands on the actual box, or are you still dependent upon the Lieutenant Collins and other officers to give you what you're looking for?
Oh, that would be a time where I'm actually like, let me see the file and ensure that I have everything that you have.
Okay. And is there any prohibition to that meeting that you have a couple of months prior to trial happening right after indictment?
No, and that would be my practice now. So you're asking about sort of my general practice at the time. That would have been it at the time, but now I would do that much, much earlier in a case.
Okay. And the state police the same way? Did you sit down with them at some point and look through their file, or you never looked through their file?
No, as His Honor just asked, no, I didn't.
Okay. So I guess my question is, how did it work? Did they only look through their file and send you what you're asking for? Or did it, at any point, did they send you, here's everything that we have?
My request and my ask was for everything they had. So as far as me then double checking to ensure that I have everything they have, that would be something that would occur later on. And as I just indicated, my practice now would be to do that much earlier in the case.
Okay. So when you go in this case, you knew we had picked a September 8th trial date, right?
I was aware, yes.
Okay. So you knew the case was ready for trial on September 8th. When were you planning on sitting down with the Milton police and going through their file?
As the case was reassigned to ADA Hickman around the time that we selected the trial date, I don't know that I had a specific plan to do that. I did have a specific plan to meet with ADA Hickman to go through the file to ensure that she had everything that was there.
So by the time she had taken over in January of 2025, you had not made any plans to sit down with the Milton police to go through their file, is that right?
She had taken over prior to that, but no, I hadn't.
Okay, and the same with the state police, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so when you're updating ADA Hickman, when she takes over the case, do you tell her, I've never actually seen the files, it's on my list of things to do, but I never get down there, you should get out and take a look at the files?
Not that specific, but yes.
What did you tell her?
That, during the regular trial preparation or meeting with the officers as it gets closer to trial, I would do that, but I hadn't done that yet.
Okay. So I'm still trying to understand, is there like when the police give you something, do they just email it to you, or is there like a list to say, we gave ADA Lally these documents on this date?
As far as their list?
Yes.
I have no idea what they have.
Okay. So you don't know, as you sit here today, if they have an index of all the things they say they gave to you?
I don't.
Okay. And do you, on the opposite side, have an index of the things you got from them?
It would be contained within those requests, yes.
All right, so at some point, do you print out all your requests and say, okay, let me just make sure I have everything here. I've been requesting something since, December of 2021. I want to make sure I have everything. Do you sit down and do that at some point to make sure everything you requested you've received?
My general practice would be yes, and that would be as I know we're getting closer to a trial date.
Attorney Scapicchio, it's a little after 11, and we're going to be able to go until about 11:10. And then I have to break because we're going to have to do the motions to suppress on the two other matters. So we need to think about an appropriate time to break. Maybe now is a good time to break, and we need to talk about another date when we can come back and continue the hearing.
So you're on.
Okay. Attorney Lally, you can step down. Thank you.
Wow.
For the record, I think the defendant's general motion for relevant discovery is docket number 8 in docket number 21 CR 320. That's what we were going to mark as Exhibit 1. It's signed by you, Ms. Scapicchio.
It was on behalf of Ms. Gardner.
I don't know. I didn't dig up a motion to join, but in any event, we're talking about what would be otherwise Exhibit 1. It's docket number 8 in the case. All right.
You can step all the way down.
I would like to have the benefit of your comparison of the old and new, the earlier disclosed and the later disclosed, and how the various items are different.
So
we are ending for today. They didn't have time to do it.
As we explore discovery.
Yeah, I'm not sure where your microphone is, but if you can, your mic, can you speak right into the mic?
May I also ask the court to order what is materially prejudiced that have these materials?
Right. It would be helpful to me if you're proceeding on a prejudice argument to know what it is that you contend is prejudicially late disclosed. Okay, and
might take a little longer, Judge, because last Thursday. We got some additional discovery from the Commonwealth.
Well, let's start in tranches. Okay, we can deal with April, and then we can deal with May.
Okay.
And if we have to deal with it in parts, we can deal with it in parts.
So you're right.
But I don't know how much time it's going to take for the parties to get together on this, and I don't know how far out we should look at a date.
And as far as the time frame for the material, how about when counsel filed the motion? Up until that point, I'm not going to.
Mr. McGee is suggesting that which of the documents produced as of the time you filed the motion for sanctions or to dismiss, do you now view as prejudicial? That is to say, and frankly, how you were prejudiced. Okay, this is a witness who's deceased, or we have no way of following up on this, or whatever it is. Okay.
That's only part of the other. I don't want to not meet before that. I mean, I would like you to do a week. Spend a week to try to get back and forth together on these. There's a long list, but it's not voluminous. You can deal with it. You've been through these documents. Each side has been through the documents. Sure. So hopefully you can come up with a list. And I'm happy to give you a date when we can continue this hearing. Sure. How far out do you think we need to go? Well, it depends on when you can get that list together. I don't know how long it's going to take for you folks to get together. But we could do.
Hopefully we don't have to wait as long as Larry.
We could do later this week for continuation of the evidence. We could do the following week, I believe, on the 29th to 30th in the morning. I'm not 100% sure.
Could I bring the other parties? I think.
Sure.
Another ADA is
sure. Parties.
Oh, yes.
And I know we have counsel here for another party, so.
If somebody has the transcripts of all the various hearings.
I do, Judge. I'm happy to share them with everybody.
Yeah, share them with everybody, and let's.
We literally late last night.
All right, but my point is, in the next hearing, stand up and say Exhibit A is all the transcripts of the various hearings on discovery. That's Exhibit 1. Okay, and Exhibit 2 is our reconciliation between the documents, and this is the way in which they're different or new. Okay, and Exhibit 3 is whatever else you want. Here's our discovery report, and here's my discovery motion, and here's the motion. You don't need a witness for that. These are all part of the record, and so there's going to be no contest as to any of that. That's just putting in the record. And then if you have specific questions for somebody, ask it. But so I think this can be done in a much more streamlined way.
Same, Beach Bum.
And hopefully we can do it that way. How much more? What other witnesses do you anticipate?
I anticipate Trooper Proctor, who didn't join us today, and I anticipate ADA Hickman. Those are the only three that I've subpoenaed, but based on the testimony, I think we're probably going to need Lieutenant Collins as well, Judge, and maybe Trooper Kelly.
I'm doing the same thing, Beach Bum.
No, he wants to streamline the process. He asked a lot of very
how many witnesses do you think
much of the same questions? But some of the evidence they already have.
W. Chief Collins and Officer Benda regarding the Milton issues, and there's a motion to quash, and I know Your Honor's up against somewhat of a time with respect to ADA Hickman being the predecessor counsel and now counsel of record on the case, that she can answer any questions the court can has that are remaining from right where she stands.
All right.
And opposing the production of.
All right. So we have 4, maybe 5 witnesses left. So we need a day when we can do this in an efficient way. Jim, how does our calendar look?
7/29, which is a Tuesday, is particularly good.
Particularly good.
Well,
there was a reason for that. I'm trying to remember what that reason was.
Tuesday.
We have a noon lobby conference.
There's a lobby
I have a federal case on. So.
29th is not going to work for you. Okay.
How about the 30th in the morning?
He needed a day.
We have anything on that morning?
We do not.
No.
That's Wednesday.
First week of August.
What do you have, Mikey?
Hold on. So
the 30th is a problem for you?
I can have on the 5th or 6th.
6th is out. 5th is a possibility, but I don't know what we have that morning.
Okay. Farwell's the 4th of August. It'll be a busy week. Farwell on the 4th. Eden has court on the 13th.
That's blocked up.
Of August.
Let's just pull up the list for the 5th. I know I am not away that.
Well, he's going to hit a carton of 6 first.
Are we doing
Please
Farwell?
move it to the first week of August. It'll be
Farwell
fine with
is
me.
the 4th.
Well, next week
I don't know.
is
Tommy's
okay
thinking
as well.
about going down to the courthouse. I'm not sure what kind of coverage
So,
you're going to
it looks like we could do August 5th.
get. Okay.
I know that.
Can you do that?
I can.
All right.
Does it work for
Five?
Witness issues, August 5th?
The 5th?
Fifth. Yeah.
That's okay?
All right.
So Judge, I know that Trooper Proctor's attorney is here. We did serve him in hand today. Could he communicate the new date to him so we don't have to reserve him? I don't want to go back to his home.
Morning, Your Honor. Dan Moynihan on behalf of Michael Proctor.
Dan
He
Moynihan,
can be available
yeah.
August 5th.
Okay, good.
Here we go.
So,
He's in the house. Proctor has entered the chat.
9 o'clock?
Fuck him.
I would like
Michael
to get
Morris.
9 o'clock.
The agreed to exhibits, including the transcripts of any prior hearings, any prior filings that you want to draw to my attention, the reconciliation of exhibits, etc., in advance. So I am away the 31st and 1st. So if I have them here by first thing on the morning of the 4th, I'll read them all before the 5th. Okay? So I'm not trying to create artificial deadlines for you, but I think everything will go faster if I've had a chance to take a look at the agreed to exhibits. Okay?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
9 a.m.
We'll take a 15-minute break and reconvene 11:30 on the motions to suppress.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
Jimmy, we have Zoom going? Sorry. We have Zoom going? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I put one back. Okay.
I'm at like a loss for words after what I just watched. Legit.
When you
That's
think it can't
horrible.
get any worse.
Poor Karen Reed's defense team. Like, imagine what. So you wonder why, like, the Sally Port video, the inverted one came into play on trial one, the delay on that, the trying to,
Everything, go all the way back to the evidentiary hearings. Like, what?
Right.
They couldn't get anything.
But then you had Bev Canoni helping the prosecution get stuff buried or get stuff delayed and not really sanctioning the ADAs. And then they come out in trial two, and she's got grave concerns about her communication with ARCA.
Unbelievable.
Do you imagine what Judge Krupp would have done with this Karen Reed case? Like how efficient it would have been? I mean, I'm at a loss of
Probably
words.
wouldn't have been 2 trials, that's for sure.
Probably wouldn't have became a trial. Right? Should have never even gone to trial.
Oh, agreed. So completely agreed. What is Tommy doing? You taking us to the
Tommy,
doctors?
2 phones. Yeah, we're at the doctor's office. I can't wait for the oncology, not the oncology, the rectal exam, Tom. Will you be streaming that live, Tom? We need to know the audience wants to know.
Well, yeah, we gotta get the deets.
All right, so I'm gonna jump off, and that was awesome.
So how does this work, Mike? Do the mods go ahead and just like pause the channel for a while, and then we come back?
Tommy will handle it. I'm done. Okay. Once I log off, I'm not coming back on. You can hang out with Tommy for a while.
I have a couple of things to do myself.
Hey, Tom.
Right, I'm at a doctor's appointment. We can end the stream right now.
All right.
Okay.
Later, Mikey.
Bye, guys. Bye. Bye, chat.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah. See you guys.
Good luck, Tom.
Thank you, guys. Everyone, I love you all, and we'll see you all. Unless you want to hang around, I'll leave the stream running. If you want.
They don't want to hear my goofy shit.
No. They can stay here. Maybe we can play like an old video for 15 minutes, a microdot video for 10 minutes to keep people occupied. I have zero control.
Okay. Thank you, Sammy. I see you. Okay.
So she can maybe put something up.
Just to recap real quick. So it looks like Farwell is on the 4th, and then we revisit this day on the 5th.
Yes.
Everybody get that? That's all correct?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, guys.
Sherry, thank you for stopping by, dear.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Anytime, and I have a lady that I'm going to hook you up with. She's dynamite. Yes. You guys are going to knock it out of the park.
Yeah, we can talk about that after your appointment.
Yep.
Bye, Gail.
Gail's awesome. Gail's always here. So everybody that's here, I do appreciate you guys hanging around. I can't tell if Sammy's going to put something up. I can't. It won't let me. Put Baker up, I think.
Then went back, but wasn't able to find it. Lally said during the July arraignment. In a separate case, a grand jury indicted King on charges of carrying a pew-pew without a license, carrying a loaded pew-pew without a license, possession of a large capacity pew-pew, receiving a stolen vehicle, and using a
Welcome Baker. If you haven't subbed to his channel, please do. He's doing us a huge favor by letting us stream today. So I just want to make sure that credit goes where credit's due. He's a great guy. Please sub to him, and we'll go back to him. Here we go.
case. We found out how many cases is potentially proctored in Massachusetts. This is the first hearing. They had hearings Thursday and Friday because Meatball Morrissey wanted to destroy Proctor's iCloud. He wanted to send it back to the feds and say, well, the Camry case has ended. There's a 30-day cutoff where we delete all the evidence. But there are potential other cases where they need it. So they got a hold order from the court saying, you have to look at this as potential exculpatory evidence. And with listening to Lally, how he makes sure that Rule 14 is met, I would make sure that I would not trust any Massachusetts taint team to go through any evidence again until at least I have someone sitting in the room with the taint team. A taint team is the group of people who will go through the digital evidence or whatever evidence and say, well, this is exculpatory, this isn't exculpatory. We have to turn this over to the defense team. I wouldn't trust any of them because what we found out during the interview with Lally, first of all, the judge said, hey, can't you just figure out how much is new, how much is old, and figure it out so we can move faster? And that's fine. The evidence Rosemary was looking for should have been turned over in 21 or 22. They have told the DA's office multiple times, but it still wasn't turned over. And they have identified items that the state claimed they already turned over that they never received. So again, it just seems like the Commonwealth picks and chooses what they want to share. And the prosecutor doesn't understand why he shared everything. No problem there. And when he got pressured and they mentioned Lally, he said, well, it's a work product, so you can't get to it because work products are protected from the defense team. But it's not. And the judge rightly said, F you. And the DA tried to say, well, I turned over something, but I don't know why she asked for more. And there was a little, I didn't get that little hiccup. Did the DA lie about turning evidence over, or did Rosemary not see it in her report? To me, it seems like the DA lied about turning evidence over. And again, who is to determine if it's prejudicial? But as always, we hear from the Commonwealth, hey, we just want to give them a fair trial. Fair in Massachusetts mean if we can railroad our victims. Rosemary says she had looked at everything and she can't understand why they claim they have turned over everything while they still keeps giving them new stuff. And he wants to know why it wasn't given before. Lally then was called to the stand. His attorney said, well, it could be way easier if Lally could just sit at the Commonwealth's table and just more give a statement than being asked questions, because there's so many complications with the questions, and what can he talk about and what can't he talk about, because there was a motion to squash something, and hey, we can't talk about everything. So if you could just give a statement. And the judge said, F it, get on the stand, and let Rosemary go absolutely crazy. And that is what she did. 6 pages of notes, all of them saying the same thing. Lally is a subpar worker on any workplace. He would be the one barista at Starbucks. When you ask for a mocha chocolata, he will give you a glass of water because he didn't understand what you were asking him. He had a system to make sure that everything was turned over, but he couldn't tell you if that system had showed him that not everything was turned over, because he didn't really use that system, but he really uses that system now. But at that time, but he gave them everything, even though he had only had partial elements of 2 search warrant given to him by Proctor, even though there were 6 outstanding search warrants. This is, in my opinion, I'm not a lawyer, a clear Rule 14 violation, because search warrants are covered by Rule 14. They should automatically be turned over. Well, they got them when they got some results back from another hearing. They need the originals. You can't just say, well, they were added as an addendum to another hearing. No, you have to turn them over, especially when they have asked for it multiple times. He was asked, what's your procedure to make sure you get all the evidence? I sent an email. How do you follow up on it? I might call them sometimes. Did you do it? I don't know. But if you did, would it be in your system? Yeah. Have you checked your system? No, I just briefly looked at it. I didn't do my job again. Hey, it's just a hearing. Come on now. It's the Commonwealth. We don't do shit. Sadly, this is another example of why Massachusetts need new leadership. And I don't care red, white, or blue, or whatever political colors they have. You need someone to bring a broom to the justice system in Massachusetts. These people are complacent. They know they can run around, and the judges will let them, the DAs will let them, the police officers don't give 2 cents. You need to clean up Massachusetts. Rosemary Scarpiccio, I think she has a problem. She keeps asking the same question. And the judge got a little tired of it as well. She needs to move on, but she's such a great lawyer. She has the biggest balls in that courtroom. I can tell you that. And she pinpointed it. You didn't do your job, and Lally didn't do his job. Why don't workers in the police or the DA's office do their job in Massachusetts? How much more will we find out has not been turned over? Today, it was the 6 search warrants. Are there anything else? Maybe something material? We don't know. We'll have to watch on Tuesday the 5th. And I hope Scarpiccio will move a little faster, because she kept asking the same question. And it gets a little tiresome to hear him say, I don't know. I'm an idiot. What, if any, notes did I take? Holly Mack, 1 year of many laughs, tears, and wonderful host. Well, the wonderful host is not here today because it was an extremely quick. Marissa is a wonder worker. She got the Zoom link very late. They had started when I got it. So I couldn't call the wonderful host. Jamie, thanks you anyway. Oh, and I'm sorry, I can't stop and communicate to you because the Zoom link, I can't pause it. So I might have missed a lot of great questions. The same question was getting really old. Yeah, and that's a little bit of her problem. She was way better in the Rentala case because she cut to the bone. And I think she needs to do it, especially because the judge sent her all the signals. I'm tired of hearing this over. And we know they didn't do their job. Come on, move on, get out of here. Lally and Tully should be fired. It's not them. Lally and Tully are not the problem. The entire culture is the problem. I got a lot of wonderful people watching right now, 500 people. That's amazing. And you might not know me from back when I started covering the Karen Reed, or you might just have been in and out here because you follow one of the other great creators. But as I always say, fish rot from the head. Michael Morrissey has been in that position so long that his bad culture has rotted the entire system. When you put a guy like him at the top, who appoints everyone below him, who kind of gets to influence the police as well, you will get a culture where if you see something, don't say something. If you have a badge, we'll protect you. If we want to get our man, we'll get our man. And that culture is massively dangerous for the people we give all the power to destroy your life, my life, or anyone else's life. Because what we have learned, I covered the entire case before Karen Reed. I think she was railroaded. I watched the first Karen Reed trial, clearly railroaded. I saw the Turks case, that was actually good. Then we saw the Brian Walsh case. Shenanigans afoot again, even though he, in my book, most likely is guilty, and there's a lot of circumstantial evidence, they might not need the Google searches. Then we saw the second Karen Reed trial, more shenanigans. Then we right now have Aidan Carney, whatever. I have to say it Kearney to remember to spell it correctly, who they are trying to railroad. I was of the clear belief they were just trying to shut him up with all those stupid charges against him. But because these are assholes, and I have to keep my voice down, Baby Baker is listening, he's learning all the bad words. These are assholes, so they keep pressuring him because they want them in. They couldn't get Karen, so they're going to get Aidan. Aidan will be on with me Wednesday at 8 p.m. Please join us. It won't be an interview. I know a lot of people have been complaining a little bit about some of the shows. I will have him when he has been through a ton of other people, so it'll be a little more lackadaisic. Hopefully, he'll have a little fun, and maybe we can raise a little money for his defense fund, because this man has been singled out to take the blunt or take the burden of them bunching the Karen Reed case. They want him now because they couldn't get Karen. They want Aidan. So please join us Wednesday and try and, if you might have the ability, to chip in a buck or two. I'll be turning super chats off, so all of it should be focused on Aidan for that show. And then back to this case. Sorry, sidetracked myself. And now we have this case where Rosemary Scapiccio, first they tried to destroy the evidence, and now basic Rule 14 violations. You don't hide evidence like a search warrant. It's automatic Rule 14. And the worst thing, the DA sounded like Hank, like Lally, like everyone else we have heard. Well, we did all we could. Oh, I thought we had given you everything. Oh, that's our mistake. So sorry. So sorry. Well, we say the F word more than Americans do. I'm watching the motion to suppress at 11:30. No, I'll have to go help my daughter take care of baby Becker. So I will find somewhere where people are, if they are covering it. But I have my grandson. I have my grandson on vacation, so I wanna go help his mama out, and That's why I'm going to send you to somewhere else, and if they will show the hearing or the suppression, we'll check it. But probably won't be any fireworks in that. The fireworks will have been the Lally interview. The other one, that's not going to be. Of course, watch it if you want to, but it's not going to be fireworks. You have to be back here at August 5th. It would be I think it's at 9 a.m. in the morning Eastern. Please like, subscribe, do all the YouTube things. If you want to make sure you get notified, follow me on the Twitch thread or on the Discord, and that's where I'll always announce when I go live, so you can come join us in this weird little place that. Oh, that's weird. Sorry, my squirrels. I have baby brain. We had a thunderstorm come in last night, so I slept 4 hours, and but I still wanted to watch this with all of you, even though I have been a little lackadaisical the last couple of days because I have a baby in the house again, and babies are wonderful. I don't want any of them, but I like to borrow them, and I'm just filling time so I can set up my redirect because I'm an idiot. Oh, he's sneezing. Upty. So, yes. I can't have baby brain. Well, then I have something else wrong. Well, I am very feminine, and this is 2025. You can't tell me what gender I am. All y'all, thank you so much for joining. I hope you all will be back on August the 5th, or come back Wednesday when I have Aiden on. I have to go feed a baby. See you later.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor. So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All
right, I'm in love.
Go back, please.
Until August 5th. So no, they're coming back at 11:30, but not for this case. For other cases, they're coming back on this case August 5th at 9 a.m. Thanks, Broken Baker, and his viewers are here. Hey guys, wasn't that fun? Jojo says they really need to check the water in Norfolk because a lot of people are having memory problems. Aren't they, though? Nina, do we know why Lally had been removed from the King and Gardner cases? By the way, loved your conversation with Turtle. Thank you. No, I don't know that he's been asked that yet. Or maybe he was asked and the judge sustained the objection, like it wasn't relevant. I'm not sure, but we know when, right? Didn't we learn when? My notes are a mess. I'm going to have to look for that, to look. But he said that June of 2025 was the first time that Adam Lally learned that the search warrants weren't turned over. Because, of course it is. ShamWow says, can't wait for a full proctor examination. Well done. G says, read venge. More of a less thing. I just want to know when I don't recall became the acceptable response to, did you do your job? It's the go-to answer. And you can see now how Adam Lally preps his witnesses, right? I don't know. I don't recall. I don't know. I don't recall. I don't know. If you have it there, I'll look at it. JMX says, thanks for covering baby shark hair for Shark Week. Is it Shark Week? Greg says, now we know why the Commonwealth bent over backwards to get a Karen Reed conviction. Yep. And guess what? It didn't work. And now the dominoes are starting to fall. Right? Hold please for 1 second. One moment, please. Who is going to be streaming the Stephen Stern's plea hearing? Is Law and Crime doing it? Because we should come back at 1:30 and do that, yeah? I'm like looking for my subscriptions and I'm seeing my face on the Seeking Justice with Tommy and Boston Mike. Hey guys over there. I guess they're restreaming me. So hello to everyone who's watching from over there. Stephanie says, brand new member here, lawyer from Montreal. Thank you so much for covering this today. Oh, it is my pleasure. I didn't know it was going to be as exciting as it was. And sometimes it's exciting and sometimes it's not. An hour behind me catching up. Layover in Denver. Thank you, Banana. Did Boston add Dever to the Brady list as requested? Don't know. Don't know. That is something that the commissioner is supposed to do and or the DA's office. And I don't know exactly what their procedure is. And I don't know that they're going to respond to Alan Jackson about that either. But I would imagine that defense attorneys would start to be notified about any cases that Kelly Dever was supposed to be a witness in. And that's how we would find out about it. It's a motion to suppress in a different case, right? Right, Rainy Day? It's not their case. They're coming, aren't they coming back on August 5th? Here's Turtle Boy. I'm behind, but I've written about Attorney Hanley before. He has represented the state police union, but he was very friendly with me when I met him a couple of months ago in court. It's a motion to suppress in this case. All right, hang on a second. Hold on, please. He said they were coming back. He had 2 other cases on. That's what I heard the judge say, and I looked at the calendar too. So before I go through this, can somebody just confirm it with me? Yeah, please don't direct people to other channels. Thank you, though. Also, I can't rewind on the Zoom, so just we'll just hang here for a minute and see if it's the same case. Said on this case? All right, I'll turn it on. I mean, I have it up. We'll see if but I don't think it's on this case because I have the court calendar. So unless somebody really knows for sure. Thank you, Josie, for your 50. This is an opportunity to sanction him, even disbar him due to the failure to abide to laws and even policies and procedures any district attorney should abide by. Imagine Dedham Superior Court claiming ignorance should be enough to disqualify any DA. Yep, that is right. Well, it says waiting for them to start. This is the same courtroom that we were in before, right? Courtroom 25. Thank you for your 50, Josie. Very generous. Thank you for the love of the traveling trooper for thanking me. Larry, how prevalent is this practice throughout the Commonwealth? It's scary to think that this is incompetency is that prevalent. Yes, well, Lally's been had that position for 20 years. 20 years. Five top stories. Stearns reportedly prepared to plead to murder. Yes, I know. I've got it. Please don't write those words in the thing. I was recently demonetized on 3 separate videos that I've appealed 3 times and I cannot get monetization on them. One is the Aaron Spencer case that I covered, which is like a couple of hours. The other one is a post Karen Reed trial thing where I don't know, there must have been a picture of the arm in there. It's insane. We are outraged. So have they started this motion to suppress? Motion to quash for this case at 11:30? All right, again. Thank you. Oh, you got demonetized on Aaron Spencer too? I'm so glad we're both covering this case. I'm outraged by this case, Bob. I'm outraged by it. And they don't want anybody to know about it. There's so much corruption in that case. You thought Indiana was bad? You know, Michael Foster used to be the chief of police in Hamlet, Indiana, and you cannot find any reference to that on the internet at all. They have scrubbed it from the internet. You can't find it. I'm outraged. So I guess they cut the feed. I don't know. Motion to quash for this case at 11:30. I don't know. Did you notice more of the McAlbert group text shown on Rotten Mango video than we heard at trial? Dead comment. No, did not. I didn't. Was it trial 1 and trial 2 that she covered? AJ mentioned severe consequences if Cox isn't putting Dever on the Brady list. What did he mean by that? I think you'd have to ask him. Thanks, Edel, for your super sticker. Thanks, Luann, for your 10. Appreciate you. So I don't know how anybody's covering this motion to suppress or how anybody else is seeing it, because I don't see it. And somebody said on Young Jerks that they cut the feed as well. Is that true? Ooh. Well, this is interesting. We have a new motion in the Karen Reed case. Hold on. I'm going to see a new motion in the Karen Reed case. Hang tight. Hold, please. It's a motion to amend her travel restrictions. Thank you, Marie. Marie said, I need a love laugh button for the comments when Lally was testifying. Jesus, that was a blast. Thank you, Sherry. I am unable to send supers help. Supers were turned off on the Turtle Boy stream. So if that's where you're trying to do it, they were turned off so that people would donate to his defense fund. But Sherry, for your Cash App, thank you. You have to send me your YouTube channel link to my email, which is below this video. It's the only one I use for YouTube. fanbase@mlittleLaw.com. Send me your channel link, not your username, not your name, and I'll have the team look into it. Thank you, Nikki, for your Venmo. Says appreciate you. Thank you. And Beth says you rock. Thank you, Beth. No, you do. You do. Anita says, thanks for streaming the hearing. Thank you. You're welcome. Jonas says, Lally on the stand. Any thoughts on Eugenia now? Aiden felt she full on lied during one of his hearings. By the way, I loved your interview with Turtle Boy. It was absolutely original. Thank you. Thank you. I don't have any thoughts on Eugenia because we watched that trial and I didn't find her to be as bad as some people thought in the beginning. And again, if you're emailing me because you think you're blocked on my channel, you need to email me the link to your YouTube channel. YouTube has been acting very wonky lately, and it has been blocking people. It has been unsubscribing people. Any of the other creators in the chat can back me up on that. It's been happening a lot, but I can't do anything unless I have your actual All right, let's take a look at the new Karen Reed motion. So yeah, the Zoom is not happening, so I don't know what you guys are talking about, but it's not there. So I don't know if anybody was actually in there or if they cut it. I have no idea. One second while I pull this stuff up. And this was filed on the 15th of July, and today's what, the 21st? Oh, I don't know why we're just getting it now, but tis what it is. Here is the defendant Karen Reed's motion to amend the terms and conditions of her probation to remove travel restrictions. A lot of people were asking about this. Is she allowed to leave the state under the conditions of her probation? And I guess we're going to find that out. And here's defendant Karen Reed's motion to amend the terms and conditions of her probation to remove travel restrictions. Now comes the defendant, Karen Reed. Ms. Reed, and respectfully moves this honorable court for an order amending the terms and conditions of her probation to remove the travel restrictions associated with her probation. Hold on, I'm getting parched. On June 19th of 2025, Ms. Reed was convicted of a single misdemeanor count of operating under the influence, OUI, and was sentenced to 1 year of probation and participation in an alcohol education program in Norfolk Superior Court. On June 23rd, 2025, her probation was transferred to Bristol Superior Court. Ms. Reed has been in complete compliance with all terms and conditions of her probation, including all reporting requirements, and will continue to do so regardless of any potential travel in the future. As a term and condition of her probation, Ms. Reed is restricted from traveling outside the jurisdiction, out of state, without first obtaining advance permission from the probation department, and in any case for a maximum of 14 days. So it looks like there's it was not Judge Cannoni who signed off on this, by the way. This was there's a little signature here on the side, 7/15/25 allowed, and it looks like the judge's name is Yessayan, Yesssayan. And it's because this was made in Bristol County. Hang on, I gotta take this off and then put up number 2. Ms. Reed respectfully requests that these travel restrictions be lifted such that she can travel outside the jurisdiction out of state without advance permission from the probation department, and that her time of travel outside the jurisdiction be unlimited. Of course, irrespective of any travel, Ms. Reed will continue to honor, abide by, and comply with all reporting requirements and other terms and conditions imposed by this honorable court and the probation department. Counsel and Ms. Reed have spoken directly with Chief Probation Officer for the Bristol County Superior Court Probation Department, Robert Blackburn, and he has indicated that he has no objection to modifications of Ms. Reed's probation terms and conditions as requested herein. Officer Blackburn indicated that Ms. Reed has been and remains in complete compliance with all current terms and conditions of her probation. For the above reasons, Ms. Reed respectfully requests that this honorable court modify the terms and conditions of her probation to remove her travel restrictions as described herein. XOXO. Alan Jackson. And it was allowed. So she's allowed to freely move about the cabin. Praise be. That's awesome. Hold on. Hold, please. Now she's truly free. I know. It is crazy. Hold on. Give Lally a plea deal and make him snitch some more, says hypochondriac. Tinfoil Hat Society says the worst part of Proctor's text wasn't his vulgar words. It was the fact that Karen Reed was guilty a few hours after the incident. Yeah. Agreed. Oh, well, Mark, if you want to come on right now and just give your thoughts, that'd be great, because we're going to wrap soon before we move over to Stephen Stern's plea hearing. So you can come on and give us some quick thoughts if you like. You ask for Bettero, you get him. He's available. See what he's got to say. He just got back. It's fantastic. Kraken Studios, FYI, also YouTube is hot blocking yet timed out, folks. I don't know what that means. To help toward the streams or to demonetize. Thank you, Mrs. Bouquet. I appreciate you. All right, here we go. Here's Mark Bettero. You asked for it. You got it.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Better than Lally's day is going, I imagine.
I saw most of it, not all of it. I saw it on yours. It probably started maybe 10 or 15 minutes, but I saw the last 25 to 30 minutes. I even threw a few gratuitous comments in your chat. Wow. That how validating for so many people for so many different reasons, and how upsetting it must be, frustrating for Team Reed to have been denied the absolute right that they were entitled to come after all of these clowns and expose the cultural failures of that place, the inability of them to know their obligations. And, watching Lally, it's as if he doesn't understand that the Brady and discovery obligation, although it applies to information in their possession, custody, or control, including the police, the ethical obligation is his, and essentially his alone. And the absolute indifference, willful blindness, conscious avoidance, time to make the donuts attitude that it's good to see is still alive and well a year after that was first coined, is just unbelievable to watch. And he's been doing this 15 or 20 years.
20 years.
And has no concept at all what a prosecutor's obligations are. And of course, I can speak from experience on what they are, having done it and driven other prosecutors crazy for much longer than that in the same issue. Discloses in important cases like this, his failure to bait stamp, his failure to state on the record and provide a list of everything he turned over. That's what real prosecutors do, and apparently not in Norfolk County. And if he had done that, there'd be no dispute. I mean, he would say, look, you have these warrant affidavits, they're bait stamps number X through Z, and were disclosed on this date, and here's a cover letter nothing to see here. And he has nothing to add other than, I don't know, I asked for it, and then I just seemingly forgot. And he never demanded, he never poked and prodded Proctor or his superiors. And I think that all comes back to the just incestuous coziness that exists between these people. They're too friendly, they're too connected, they're too locker room, they're too drinking buddies to say, you know what, where the hell's the material? It's a murder case. There are 6 search warrants. It's automatic discovery. I don't know if any of it is prejudicial or not. I don't know, exculpatory, whatever, but the defense is entitled to it. And where is it? And it's not good enough just to say, I'll get it to you, I'll get it to you. And at one point he said he met with Proctor and he was asked, did you get it? And he said no. And if my memory is correct, the only question I would have liked to have heard from her was, why were you there, sir, other than to collect the material? And when he said, I'll get it to you, why don't you say, okay, I'll tell you what, I'll sit here and pull out my laptop and work, go get it. It ought to take 5 minutes. It ought to be on a database. It ought to be electronic. Send it to me literally right now. And they have no answers for any of this. And it's clearly the culture of the place. And it shows the negligence of of the way they operate and the negligent supervision. And those are important words for a potential claim, under 1983. It's not easy to sue prosecutors or government agencies that are non-police, when you're talking about a 1983 claim. And this almost certainly is something that may bring in the Norfolk DA's office under a failure to supervise type of negligence theory, that these are the very same actors right before the Karen Reed case who were doing the same type of thing. Unbelievable.
Exactly. It goes to pattern of conduct. I mean, the fact that he made it seem like Proctor's running the show over there. The fact that he said, I just give the discovery demands to the Massachusetts State Police and trust that they're going to respond to them and give me everything that's asked for.
And I'm assuming there's a lot more across to go. And so you have to put an asterisk next to, I wonder why this wasn't asked. It's probably coming. But and if I missed it, I apologize because I missed the beginning. Probably not, based on the tenor of what she was doing. But the real question for him is, I always ask these people in these types of hearings, what is your understanding of Brady? Seriously. And I don't know if this judge would allow it or not. Probably not, given his proclivity to just let's move this along. But, whose obligation is it? What is your understanding? Who's responsible for disclosing it? And, you must recognize that saying I count on Proctor only works unless and until there isn't a problem, because the buck stops with you. I mean, and his attitude of indifference. This is the same thing that happened in Karen's case with the video. If you believe him, their answer in that motion to response was, well, Proctor kept it in his pocket for 2 years, the video, the famous Sallyport video. And of course, the question everybody wanted to know was, how could Lally not know that? Did he not ask? How do you not know these things? And the answer apparently is, I just said, make sure I get everything. And I assume he's telling the truth. I mean,
trust me, bro.
The reality is this: Adam Lally should be terminated. He really should. He's not. If this is how you testify about your practice 15 to 20 years into the game on serious homicide cases, some guy who may very well be guilty as hell, I have no idea, don't really care, frankly, is rotting in jail. This is a state that has no speedy trial statute, which is another disgrace. So there's no incentive. I mean, murder, I know in New York is exempt from speedy trial, but still, there has to be consequences. Certainly, there's a bail attachment to being released, which finally happened here. But for him to just say in a homicide case, I just wait on them and I don't know. And I think it's something like you said, 4.5 affidavits in search warrants in a murder case that don't get disclosed until I think what he just said, or he didn't become there until last month.
Yep. They turned over 1.5 out of 6 search warrants that Proctor drafted.
He should be terminated. He's not competent and capable. They won't do it because it will look bad for what's probably coming down the pipe with 1983 actions and all that. But he clearly has no understanding and frankly doesn't seem to care. I mean, his indifference to this, it is some of the most shocking part of it. He just looks the whole time like he's thinking, what's for lunch and what's the problem here? You
Right.
got it. We haven't gone to trial yet. And what did he say? Well, I make sure all discovery is turned over right before trial when I go meet with the state police. Well, how about what the statute says and what Brady says? And you go by that timeline rather than your own convoluted, twisted timeline of when you think you should. This is also so bad for Morrissey politically, for everyone to see that, Karen Reed is not a one-off. This place, train wreck. These people running the most serious cases, and both at the prosecutor level and at the lead investigator level, which I'm sure we all agree Proctor was the lead investigator in this, not Karen's case, that they are completely incapable of keeping track and disclosing of what they did previously. And it's all trust me, bro, like you said. And they all need to go, starting with obviously the elected official. But this is insane that a guy could sit in jail for 3.5 years and has not been provided with search warrants that presumably led to some of the evidence that could incarcerate him for the rest of his life, which were drafted in 2021. June of 2025, the prosecutor had no idea that I didn't disclose search warrants, which the prior transcripts show he was aware of. He talked about many other things. Another issue in Massachusetts, which is crazy. Why are the cops doing the search warrants on their own? I've never understood this.
Right.
In Manhattan and certainly other New York City areas, the prosecutors write the warrants. They meet with the detectives. The detective is certainly the one who signs the affidavit, but it's literally drafted by the prosecutor and also signed by the prosecutor. The idea that they outsource this kind of stuff to the state police and then say, just get it to me whenever you can,
Right.
is insanity.
But now we know that he keeps all kinds of notes. He keeps all kinds of notes. I mean, this is the hearing that should have happened during Karen Reed's motion to dismiss for egregious governmental misconduct. The judge didn't want to have one, just issued her decision based on her own feelings. And this is what we would have seen.
Yeah. And, there would have been a really strong argument that this was intentional. Look, this will all come out in the depositions, unfortunately for Lally, Proctor, and the rest of them, in a federal civil rights claim, which I assume is coming down the pipeline at some point. I would very much think so. But to hear them just have no clue or concept of who's responsible, what it means, or even any sincerity in being concerned about this is a huge mess up. But it happens all the time, apparently. It happened in Karen's case. And, the idea that the judge wouldn't give them a hearing because, well, I find that it wasn't disclosed, but no harm, no foul. And she never even gave them the chance
No prejudice
to poke and probe, not only about prejudice, but whether it was intentional.
Meaning the trial.
Meaning Proctor, and not, forget Lally in it. But if they intentionally suppress that evidence, that is outstanding and egregious misconduct that may warrant severe sanction. And at this point, I don't know how you could ever let this guy go into a courtroom on behalf of the Commonwealth, and go and say, trust me, I've turned over everything. There must be, I think I commented on this earlier in your thing, like there must be post-conviction lawyers who do, this kind of work in Massachusetts who are salivating at having a review of other Lally cases, making FOIL requests about, what was turned over and what's not, and finding out what else would just slip through the cracks. Because this guy is basically saying, I have no real process of how I ensure that discovery gets turned over other than I ask the state police, they say, you've got it. And I say, here you go. And what's for lunch? That's process.
Were you there when she pulled out the transcripts from prior hearings where he said, Your Honor, we've complied with all discovery and,
So that in and of itself is sanctionable because you have to have a good faith basis to say that. And he can say, "Well, I had a good faith basis at that time." I think it was 2024
January 2024
when he said that. And obviously at the time there was no reason for the defense to say, "Well, what about this? What about that?" And he's going to say, as he did, "Well, I have no specific memory." But what happens now, and what the judge ought to allow the examination on, is what was the basis for your representation to make that at that time. All right, let's all understand you're not lying, all of that, but you must recognize that you have to have a good faith basis to say that you have complied with all of your discovery obligations. I mean, you have to exercise due diligence before submitting a certificate of compliance. What is the due diligence? We know he didn't do it in Karen's case with the Sallyport video because they turned it over piecemeal and then turned it over after. What was good faith in this case? That Proctor said you have it? What is Proctor's explanation going to be? Why didn't he turn over the search warrants? I don't know that there's anything in there that matters, but like, what are you doing? I mean, the idea that this guy professes to be a serious detective on top of being probably corrupt, at least in Karen's case, this guy is every bit the joke that Lally is. And I assume, I don't know why they're calling Tully other than for him to say, "Oh, I don't know. I don't know. No one told me. What do I know?" Which is probably true, right? I don't know. But this is unbelievable. And it's such a shame that these people were not ordered and compelled to be grilled over all of the shenanigans and oddities that occurred at the pre-trial stage of Karen's case, and what led them to certify disclosure, that they disclosed everything when they in fact were disclosing important evidence to the Reed defense after the first trial.
Right.
Which he recognized. His obligation continues throughout. It's all word salad. He doesn't mean it because he doesn't show any good faith or due diligence in any of this.
Everybody wants to know if Proctor is going to be able to plead the 5th when he comes back on August 5th.
I mean, look, if it's incriminating to him, I assume he can. It's different subject matter. It's not like he testified about this specifically in connection when he testified at Karen's first trial when he did testify. So I suppose he could. Why not? I mean, if he didn't disclose evidence, depending on what his reasons are, I would imagine it would be smart for him to just say no more. I mean, look, he's disgraced. He's never getting his job back.
He's trying.
Well, in some ways, not that it's legally sufficient, because it's not, and it's kind of pathetic actually. But Lally did kind of throw the blame on Proctor today. But in a legal sense, that does nothing. Lally is the one who's in the crosshairs here. He's the one who ought to be reported to the Ethics Commission, the Board of Bar Overseers, for what appears to be at best gross negligence and stunning incompetence. At worst, deliberate suppression of evidence, which has occurred in this case and the other one he was prosecuting at the same time with the exact same detective. And maybe they shouldn't have these guys be buddy. I mean, you have to wonder if, like they do it in other jurisdictions, if Proctor was just a detective, somebody you don't literally see in the office every day, have lunch with, drink beers with, make jokes about God knows what. But if he was just a detective and you're just a prosecutor and you say, "Where are the search warrants?" and he says, "I'll get it to you," and he does that again and again, and months go by. If he's a regular detective, how about at some point you say, "Dude, go get the evidence now. This is no joke. I have obligations. Is there a problem? Why don't I have this? Did you lose it? Where is it? Tell me what's going on." They don't do that. They just say, "Trust me, bro." And this is all campaign fodder for people running for Norfolk to DA to say this is the cultural problem with all of these people. And that the prosecutor testifying today basically is saying, "Look, I trust them. We do the best we can. And honestly, I don't give a shit." I mean, this guy looks more concerned about, his next cigarette and lunch than he does with what's happening here about, some guy, whether he's a mope or not, who's just rotting in a jail cell who can't get discovery for years.
How do they have no tickler system?
They have no system. They have again, as I'm sure the lawyers are going to be excited about, they appear to have a system where there is negligent oversight, uh,
Mhm.
which is probably why when the lawsuit is filed in the caption, it'll be, Norfolk District Attorney, Michael Morrissey in his official capacity, and, Adam Lally in his official capacity, and Hank Brennan in his official capacity, and so on and so on.
This is wild. I mean, he's implicating the entire DA's office that they've been doing it this way for like the 20 years since he's been there.
It is.
And Judge Krupp wasn't having any of it.
I don't think I mean, look, obviously Canone didn't want to hear it. So, but I don't think any judge who's being honest to the process would find any of this okay. I mean, obviously Krupp says, what's the prejudice? And that's an issue that, the defense will have to deal with at some point, in terms of what sanction they get, whatever they're seeking. I assume they're seeking dismissal, but it's clear that there is no process at all in this office. And these are not rookie ADAs dealing with a petty larceny case who forgot to turn over the surveillance video of the Dwayne Reed where the guy's stuffing, deodorant down his pants. I mean, this guy has been a lawyer for 15 or 20 years. He's been doing homicides for the majority of that. He was getting awards. Hell, that award is named after my cousin, for Christ's sakes, in like 2011 or 2012 from this office. He's obviously was given the biggest case in that office. He was given the Karen Reed case. He was part of the trial team in the second case. He handled this murder case that's obviously an important case to the people in the county. And he has zero clue or interest in complying with his discovery obligations. It's an embarrassment. It's a disgrace. I don't know how they let him touch anything other than traffic infractions at this point.
Wow. I mean, yeah. And apparently he hasn't handled that. I mean, he tried a lot of cases in district court, but I think he didn't even know how many cases he tried in superior court. Like his testimony was wild. And
wonder how did he get the Karen Reed case? I mean, you have to wonder, is it because he's a patsy? He's a yes man, he's going to go with the flow? I don't know if any of that's true or not, but he's clearly was not competent to handle that case, and he's got his hand in the ethical cookie jar all over Karen's case. Don't kid yourself, they all do. He's a mess and whatever. I don't even know this defendant's name in the case that we were watching today.
Miles King. Yeah, Miles King.
I mean, and by the way, even in turning over evidence, sometimes lawyers complain about, I didn't receive this or I didn't receive that. And some of the evidence can be really, really irrelevant. I mean, it could be what they call like the command log at the precinct, where they log in the prisoner, which is literally usually nothing. It can be a minor voucher of evidence that is nothing. 6 search warrants in a murder case that presumably led to the seizure of compelling evidence to help convict a killer. And we don't know where the affidavits are or why. And by the way, I think he said, I got half an affidavit.
Yeah.
What the hell does that even mean?
Like there was pages missing.
Yeah, there's like a 7-page affidavit, and let me give you 3 of those pages, and we're good here, right? We're good. I mean, see, I think she should follow up on this. That in and of itself, without more, if Lally takes his job seriously and he looks at it, even if he left that day and he says, okay, I've got pages 4, 5, and 6 out of a 6-page document, where are 1, 2, and 3? When did you recognize that? When did you confront Proctor with that? Did you get it right away? What did he say? I mean, we heard any discussion about why the now terminated and disgraced trooper is turning over half affidavits. I mean, who the hell's ever heard of anything like this?
And he said, but I had all 6 of them at the grand jury. Okay, then why weren't they in your file? Why did you need to go to Proctor to get them? That's a problem.
So I didn't hear that
Yeah.
part. Wait a minute. So, look, wow.
Yeah.
The warrants were from, I think he was, if I recall correctly, like July to November 21, give or take, roughly.
Yeah, I think so.
When was the grand jury in this case? Roughly.
Hold on. I don't know. I took notes, but I can barely read them.
'Cause this makes it 100 times worse.
2021, the grand jury was July, August, September, and November of 2021.
Okay. So wait a minute. This changes everything, and not in a good way for Lally and his friends watching. Lally introduced the warrants, or at least made reference to the warrants in the grand jury.
Yes, that's what he said, right, chat? That's what I remember him saying.
Okay. So did he show the witnesses the warrants?
He
Do we know?
didn't. He wasn't asked that
Okay.
part. He just
So-
said the answer to one question. He said, "Well, I had them at the grand jury." I'm gonna have to go back and watch it again.
Now he says I had them. I interpret that to mean I have a physical copy.
That's what I would, and that's what I would interpret it to mean too.
But either way, if he's talking about 6 warrants with certain dates and numbers at the time of the grand jury, that's what lawyers like us call actual knowledge and actual possession. At that point, Proctor's irrelevant. Okay. I mean, not irrelevant. I shouldn't say irrelevant, less relevant. Because at that point, I don't even care what happens with Proctor. I'm now talking to you, Lally, and saying you had actual knowledge of the 6 warrants in 2021. They're in your actual possession, custody, and control. You're the one with the discovery obligation. I made the discovery demands to you. Those are specific requests, which make it even worse. You draw his attention to it. And why are we even talking about Proctor at that point?
Yeah, because she said,
a lawyer. This is why he has a lawyer.
he said, I send the discovery request to the troopers and to the Milton PD to get them to respond to them. And then he said June of 2025 was the first time that I learned that the search warrants were not turned over.
That makes 0 sense.
Agreed.
Because if he had him in 2021, he certainly, again, as an experienced prosecutor, has to be familiar and should be familiar with his ethical and professional obligations to disclose Rule 14 and Brady material. He gets a specific demand for it, and he doesn't disclose it. And then he later gets, bits and pieces of half affidavits, which again, I don't understand. And at that point, his mind isn't triggered to say, oh shit, I need to. Honestly, he should be fired today. There is no explanation that he can give to save this, because if they had it in the grand jury, he had absolute knowledge. And the fact that he's now shoving this on Proctor makes it a lot worse. And it makes me question what he said in Karen's case, which I thought at the time, which was, if you honestly believe what they submitted in Karen's case, when the 3 lawyers, remember, they did their 3-headed affirmation, which was ridiculous, sign the same affirmation.
Right.
And
we all sign it.
There were no facts attributed to anyone. And instead, they submitted like a brief affidavit of whatever it was. But the sum and substance of it was essentially Lally saying, I had no knowledge of the Sally Port video. It was all Proctor. He had it for 2 years. He never gave me anything. He never showed it to me. And put that now in the context of what you heard today, when Lally had actual knowledge of discoverable evidence. He didn't disclose it. And he claims, well, a Proctor didn't give it to me either, except for the 1.5.
Right.
Which also raises the next question, which I don't think she asked. Maybe she'll go back. Did he disclose the 1.5?
Right. Or did Proctor go home with them? Or were they just looking for Proctor's affidavits? Did he just come in with the warrants with no affidavits attached?
Because I guarantee you this, and again, this is why I don't believe Adam Lally. I think he's lying, okay? It is what it is. It's my opinion, but there's a common sense component to this. He certainly knew he had him in the grand jury. He gets 1.5 affidavits, that is a red flag of red flags. That is
a affidavit. A affidavit.
That is a code red for what the hell is going on. And of course, any prosecutor who values his or her ethical obligation, professional obligation, at a minimum would do 2 things. They would call Proctor and say, what the hell is going on here? That's number 1. But number 2, I'm turning over what I have. Okay. Now that's going to start a really interesting conversation when, unfortunately for the DA, there's what we call a real lawyer for the defense, which clearly there is from what I saw today, obviously. She is, you
She's
know,
awesome.
yeah, no, she's great. But any real lawyer would say, thank you for the 1.5 affidavits. I have questions. Number one, what is the half affidavit? And number two, why am I getting a half affidavit? And number three, is there any more? And wouldn't it be nice to know what Lally would have said in that conversation? So the question that has to be asked of him is, what did you do when you got the 1.5? Did you
Mhm.
complain to Proctor? Did you ask questions? Did you demand the rest? Did you turn that 1.5 over to the defense? I mean, it sounds like there could be another 3 hours across here with this guy.
Yeah. And the other thing he said was, well, first of all, so the case was taken away from him in October of 2024 and transferred over to this another ADA, Jennifer Hickman. I'd like to know why that was exactly. And I think
Well, he's not
she,
lead counsel. He's a potted plant to Karen's case at that point.
so she asked why, and the judge sustained the objection. And then he said, he was asked about his procedure. Well, is that your procedure? And he said, well, back then that was my procedure, but now I've changed my procedure.
Right. So my procedure is to now what? Actually demand from the state police, tell me what the hell is going on.
Uh-huh.
And this radical shift in procedure and competence occurred in the last couple of months.
I guess.
Well, the question, sir, is what the hell were you
Mhm.
doing and why in the prior? And see, I mean, look, again, I don't know what this judge would allow, but when we do these kinds of questioning, one of the things that we always ask is what training have you received
Mhm.
about?
She asked that, and it
Okay,
was sustained as well.
so
What
that
training did the Norfolk County DA's office give you? Judge was like,
so
yeah, that's not relevant.
so that occurred before. First of all, that's entirely relevant.
Or I don't know if he said relevant or he said, I don't remember what his reason for sustaining it was, but he wouldn't allow
Well, that's
her to get into it.
regrettable because if there is none or it hasn't occurred since he was a rookie DA, that's kind of important. And
Mhm.
I mean, this is the kind of stuff that would be critical, obviously, at a 1983 action that's coming about
Mhm.
policies, training, customs, and all of that. So, I missed that. That was in the beginning, I guess.
Yeah, that was like how she started off about his training and how long he's been in ADA.
Did she ask him or try to ask him, like, Mr. Lally, can you explain what Brady means? Do you have any, what do you think it means?
I
No,
don't think she did. I don't think she did.
he probably wouldn't have allowed it based upon those rulings. But um, I don't. I mean, any real prosecutor's office at this point would be so troubled by what they're hearing today. This was one of our star guys. I mean, he got the Karen Reed case. That's the only conclusion you can make is that and he was on the second team as well. So you have to conclude that they consider him, one of the good guys, one of the
Mhm.
professionals. And he has no clue about Brady and Discovery and thinks it's an outsourceable function to people like Michael Proctor and the rest of them. And and by the way, I mean, if you're like the colonel of the state police again, and you're back for more of this, and you see once again, here's your wonderful state police people who not only don't disclose search warrants for years, but when they do, it's often in halves. Affidavits are disclosed in halves.
Right.
I mean, is it PDF? Is it in your system? I mean, what are they doing?
They just turned you over 4,000 blank pages, by the way. I had Aiden on my show last night. I mean, 6,000
Well,
pages from Cosgrove and 4,000 were blank.
there was 4,000 blank and about 300 or 400 colored black, like top
Yeah.
to bottom. So there was a distinction between blank and redacted. There was,
Right.
who did. I mean, whatever. We'll deal with that. I don't want to, get
But
too.
this is what they do, is what I'm saying. This is what they do.
This is what they do. What I can't understand also, again, is why a prosecutor in a homicide situation where there's going to be a lot of discovery, the cases are so serious, you don't want to lose on technicalities and discovery violations. How do you not make a very simple list of what you disclose, bait stamp numbers, this to that, make a cover sheet, have them sign for it and state in open court, mark and file it with the court. I know people get triggered about filing things with court that aren't necessarily like meant to be court filings per se, but put it in the court file, have a record of it. And then if this comes up 4 years later, here it is. Like, I have a bait stamp copy. They signed off on it. There's nothing to see here. And instead you're getting Lally saying, I don't know. I don't take notes. I can't answer this. Who knows? And, they told me they would do it and I forgot.
Lally's going to be the next one to be rehomed or terminated. I mean, he's got an ethics attorney with him. His attorney is like the head of the ethics board or something.
I have zero confidence in the Norfolk DA to do the right thing, obviously. But what I can tell you is that in a real DA's office, and if they are a real DA's office, at least in part, they will do this. This would scare the bejesus out of them, and they would call him in and they would do an internal investigation, not assuming he's dirty, but just having a real serious conversation about how long has this trust me bro method been going on where you don't check things. And they ought to be doing a survey of his prior serious cases and seeing what's out there. The answer is they're not going to do that. We know that they're going to, they lost today that the public knew there was going to be a hearing. I mean, that, in a perfect world, this would have been private, not on Zoom, not in the Boston Herald as it was over the weekend, and not people, with your influence.
I mean, when I called the court this morning, she told me, no, there's no public Zoom information. And I said, well, are there cameras in the courtroom? She said, well, I just saw them walk in. I said, well, do you know who it is? What network? She said, well, now you're asking a lot. And I was like, okay. And then Broken Baker was streaming it. So I called back and then they give me the Zoom information because I got a different person on the phone. They did not want me covering that case.
No, but that's also improper. I mean, court proceedings are public. Unless, they're not supposed to be. And certainly there's no reason to keep any of this private. And it goes, this is what we were saying in the other case. You can't conceal and impound and make secret information simply because it's embarrassing to the Norfolk DA and the state police. That's not how it works. There is a presumption of openness. Do you know that they just had in New York yesterday in Queens a murder conviction reversed because someone in the audience was thrown out of the courtroom by the judge in Queens, okay, without being warned, without anything. The judge, the guy either fell asleep, made a face, and the judge just said, get him out of here. Okay, the guy was convicted of murder. The appellate division, the second department in New York said the evidence of guilt is strong, and they nevertheless reversed a murder conviction because the trial judge in Queens, Aloise, if you know him, improperly told a member of the public to leave and therefore denied the defendant his fundamental constitutional right to an open trial. Okay. If there was ever a technicality to lead to a reversal in a murder case, it was this, but it was all about the importance of court proceedings being open and a judge simply overreacting before he actually threw the guy out. To the extent a convicted murderer is getting a new trial, the trial or the incident occurred like 15 years ago. Who knows whether it's a viable case or not? I don't know. The case was actually in the New York Post yesterday. It was funny because my first thought was, this totally sounds like a Ron Kuby case. This has to be Ron. And it was actually in the article, but it wasn't his case. He was just commenting, and I just assumed it was him because that's like, one of his things. But that's how important an open court proceeding is. And you're getting told by representatives of the court, like, piss off. Like,
yeah. And
nothing.
He doesn't seem to know what he's required to do. It's wild.
And it turns out there was a lot to see here because you just got an incredible class about how demented and awful and untrained and I think the big word, indifferent, these prosecutors in Norfolk County, most of them anyway, are with their professional and ethical obligations. And it's shocking that this is still happening. And, it's amazing because he only learned last month, he said, and he's been through the Karen Reed ringer and been getting dragged for 3+ years. And he's still clueless about his other cases.
Yeah, maybe he was a little distracted by all of the malfeasance in the Karen Reed case. Just saying.
Unbelievable.
What else has he been hiding? It's going to open up the floodgates. It's going to open up the floodgates for every case that he's ever tried.
It should.
For every case that he's ever been assigned to, and for every case that is ongoing that he was assigned to.
It's just bittersweet because this should have been.
Because now it's not just Proctor, it's Lally too.
This should have been a hearing in Karen's case where the viewership, as big as it was today, would have been 20 times large. 1 million people would have been watching, and to see how the sausage is really made in Norfolk County, and it ain't pretty.
It's pork. It's a long pork sausage, man. But this opens up a whole other floodgate of not just cases that Proctor has been handling, but cases that Lally has been handling with Proctor maybe not have been the lead investigator on. Maybe it was Tully, maybe it was Buchanan, maybe it was who knows. But now Lally has been outed. He outed himself as being the guy who doesn't understand what has to be turned over, who doesn't double check, and who just is like, trust me, bro, I gave you everything.
They're so loosey-goosey. They're so indifferent. And the reality is this culture in that office and the culture of non-disclosure or not caring about it, the indifference, the avoidance, it's pervasive. It's obvious. Look at all of these cases that are on the radar. You hear about, obviously, everybody knows about the Karen stuff. You see what's going on with the Brian Walsh stuff, the sketchiness over the consent to search and the warrants. Everybody knows about the Sandra Birchmore stuff. And you say, how the hell is this happening in every big case they get with the same state troopers, the same DA's office? And these are the big cases where people care and watch and are kind of on the radar. What do you think's going on in the darkness?
Right.
Where nobody cares publicly.
Right. Or they don't have a high profile defense team or, a defense lawyer who's on the ball, and they maybe have a public defender who's overloaded and overworked and is just pleading guilty because, got a heavy caseload.
Look, I totally agree. I don't know anything about this defendant at all, but he didn't have, obviously an invested, skilled attorney who's willing to raise hell and advocate zealously. Who knows? Same thing with Karen. Obviously, if she didn't have the level of lawyer that she had, who knows? And obviously, Sandra Birchmore didn't have a lawyer. And look what they did. They swept that one away. And it actually took, I guess, the family to launch their own investigation and get federal attention to do that. So, yeah, you have to wonder what happens with the people who don't have the resources or access to publicity and shining a light on it. It's insane to see what's going on there because they don't. Watching him today, all I kept thinking was he's just jonesing for a cigarette and lunch. They don't care. He recognizes it's important. God bless him. He brought a lawyer with him. That's a smart move. I don't blame him for that. It's the right move. But there's just this, I don't know. I asked him, I didn't do this. And there's just no concern about your role as prosecutor. The first role of the prosecutor is be fair. Get the bad guys, but do it fairly. And maybe the defendant is a bad guy, but you're not doing anybody a favor, even if he's guilty as hell, by screwing up the case and getting all the evidence suppressed or potentially the indictment dismissed because you don't understand what Brady is. That's not good.
Right.
That's not just.
Understand and fulfill your obligations as an ethical prosecutor.
20 years.
You were a prosecutor,
Listen, again, I would have loved to have heard the testimony about what training they had and how serious it is and what they do and whatnot. And I assure you that when the lawsuits start coming, the 1983 lawsuits, that's going to be a big deal. And when the subpoenas start flying, I've seen these cases. I've been involved in some of these cases. The subpoenas are going to start filing for, do you have a Brady training manual? If so, send it and send every version. When was it updated? All the courses that you send people to, all the the disciplinary records, internal files about, the discovery in the 1983 action is going to be a proctology exam of the DA's office, Brady practice like you've never seen. Okay. And I've seen this in practice. It is ugly. And they'll try not to disclose it. They'll try to do this. It's all going to be discoverable. They're going to get it all. And if they don't get it, they're going to get notice of it doesn't exist, which I would suggest is worse.
Who maintains the Brady list in Massachusetts?
I don't know.
Who's responsible for putting people on the Brady? Whose obligation is that?
I would assume ultimately the district attorneys of the several counties, they're the ones, again, that have the disclosure obligation. And if they have information in any particular case that a cop or prosecutor is at risk in that way, and there could be evidence favorable to the defense of that they would be the ones to do it. That's how they do it in New York, as part of discovery.
Mm-hmm.
It's the DA's office who will tell you if the cops have ever been, if they've ever been sued, and what the outcome of that was. Have they ever been brought in front of the CCRB, the Citizens Complaint Review Board, which is like public advocacy saying the cops did this to me, whatever. If there's any other problem, I've gotten notices where, this officer gave testimony in this case that a judge found not credible. They have to disclose that, or the DA determined that they weren't credible. But the problem is, who's policing the police? If that's how they do it in Norfolk County, then you're counting on the Norfolk County DA to do it. And do you trust them? I don't.
Hell no. Some people, Matt, that said each DA's office has their own list, but there's a list floating around online that people think is real, and it's not real. Anybody can put anybody on there. It's not a real list.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like that. I don't know what the online stuff is.
Yeah. It's
It's
not a public list. Like, you'd have to be notified by the DA's office, and you'd have to be an attorney of record on the case to get the information. It's not something publicly available.
I don't know what it is. Colloquially, we just call it the naughty list. Each DA's office has a naughty list of, and I believe as part of the naughty list too, they'll notify whatever police department it is and say, look, this person is no good for us. And that usually will streamline the end of their career, because if they're not credible and reliable and the DA's office is saying we can't even use this person, then they're, half useless. Since today, the word of the day is half affidavits, that makes them half useless as a police officer.
This is going to get so much better. I just can't wait. Thank you so much for jumping on with me quickly today, for sharing your thoughts, because everyone loves to hear from you. And people are like, bring Mark on. I'm like, I don't know where he is. He could be in court. He could be running. So it just so happened that you actually were available. So thank you.
I was. That's
thank you.
All right. Take care.
We'll be back for the part 2 of this, because I can't wait. Thanks,
when
Mark.
is that? It's in
August 5th.
Okay. Yeah.
August 5th. But there's a hearing on Walsh on Thursday. The motion to dismiss on Walsh I'll cover as well. So this could get interesting.
The first defense lawyer is not testifying for the defense in that case.
Say that again.
I don't know that as well as you do, and I don't want to hog your time, but my understanding was the lawyer gave some degree of consent. The state police overran that, and then I think it was Mechanic came up with this fakakta explanation that a real lawyer, agreed orally to just extend the consent to this, which I'm here to tell you, there's no chance that's true without a writing. So my question was, is the defense in Walsh calling the former yet real lawyer to say that's bullshit?
She did testify at the hearing on the motion to suppress. It was not televised, but she did testify. She's a white collar criminal attorney.
It was in writing or non-existent.
It was in writing between her and Lynn Beeland, that it was only for communications between Brian and Anna for a 1-week period. Instead, they did a full extraction. It was Garino and Tully and I forget who else. And so they got his location data and they got his Google searches. And they took the Google searches and then they used those in the search warrants to search his house, his car.
And
Fruits of the poisonous tree, you can't.
of the
And they
worst.
used his location data to go to Home Depot. They got video of him buying all kinds of supplies to clean up what could be a crime scene. They got video of him at other places, like buying rugs at Home Goods. And all of that was because of the outside the scope extraction they did of the phones. They didn't have a proper warrant to search the phones until after they already had all that information.
So Buchanan is the one though who claimed, but the lawyer told me orally it was okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
my understanding of the written agreement, he says, was that it was okay for us to just get everything off the device. And it was the kid's iPad too.
Okay, so
And
that's
Brian's
probably perjured testimony. And here we go again with him and the inverted video nonsense and all of that. But if they literally took limited consent
Mhm.
and ran roughshod over that
Mhm.
and going farther than they were allowed, found the good stuff, and then used the good stuff and put that in the affidavit to get the search warrants, which presumably the warrants themselves are clean based on the affidavit, but not the information that led to the affidavit, and then found the really good stuff, then what everybody needs to do is take a deep breath, sit down, and prepare themselves for what could be devastating consequences in the Brian Walsh case.
They're
Because
arguing inevitable discovery.
they're always going to argue inevitable attenuation, all of that stuff. You know what? Whether it's inevitable or not, I'm not informed enough to say at the moment. But the bottom line is they got consent to look at certain things. And if they can't justify stumbling upon the good stuff as part of that consent, it's very tough to argue inevitable when all the bad shit came from the bad part. You can't justify, illegal searches, finding poisonous fruit, and then rely on the poisonous fruit that was illegally obtained and say, see, it's inevitable. I mean, that's like a really that's a great argument.
Yeah. It's interesting. And listen, better one guilty guy go free than, one innocent person is sentenced to life in prison.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Massachusetts rule is on whether they have, like in New York, for example, if the initial conduct is illegal, you can't rely on inevitable discovery. Like the whole thing, you're screwed. And I don't know what Massachusetts is, and then I don't know who the judge is. And then there's a really, really important rule that every state and every lawyer is familiar with in criminal practice. It's called the bad guy rule. It's not really a legal rule, but it's a real rule. And you get confronted with the doomsday scenario if you're a judge, right? The doomsday scenario is that this Brian Walsh guy, in a factual sense, appears to be presumption of innocence and all that, full disclosures. I mean, look at the Google searches. He appears to be guilty as hell, right? I mean, who's doing that? However, his rights pretty clearly appear to have been violated, and 90% of the evidence goes down the toilet. The only question then becomes, does the bad guy rule come into play? And, example, inevitable discovery, taking a liberal interpretation of inevitable discovery would probably be just a way of saying, well, the bad guy rule, we can't let this guy go. This is, but this is, I don't know how this isn't getting more attention. I mean, that is insane.
They, because of the location data that they took from going outside the scope of the search warrant, they found out that he went to certain dumpsters in town. And so they went to the dumpsters and they found like a Tyvek suit. They found out that he went to like Home Depot and they have video of him buying a Tyvek suit. Then they find the Tyvek suit and they find Anna Walsh's purse and her coat that she was wearing and all of this. And they find all of this stuff before they have the actual warrant to search the phone. I mean, I think
was she known dead at that time, or were they still investigating, hoping to find her?
There's no body. She was a missing person at that time, and there's still no body.
Like, when was she reported missing, and how many days later was all this stuff?
She was reported missing on like the 4th of January, and then they get his phones, I think, on the 6th, and they extract them and return his phone and his iPad to him within 18 hours. They don't get a warrant for the phone until the 9th, but they collect all this evidence before the 9th.
They're gonna also put together some half fakakta argument that, there was an exigency to find a missing person and this. If this was on a law school
They didn't
evidence,
even argue that in the papers.
If this was on a law school evidence exam where there's like no emotion and no real life, the correct answer would be suppress everything that flows beyond that search. And if what you're saying is true and all of the other evidence comes from the tainted evidence, the whole fruit of the poisonous tree concept. Wow.
Yeah, and Buchanan testified, and he was like a smug SOB. And, they told him, look, there's no crime. We just want to see the communications between you and Anna so we can try and find her. There's no crime here. We'd have to, get a warrant if you were charged with a crime. The testimony was wild.
Well, that raises another interesting thing, which is whether, his consent was truly voluntary. I'm not trying to defend this guy. I'm not his lawyer. I don't want to be his lawyer, believe me. But, if you're trying to gain consent and you're feeding the guy a bunch of BS and he's like, oh, okay, I'm relying on it. It's an argument. Again, I don't know the Massachusetts nuances on consent, but none of it.
Then they had the writing after that. Then there was the writing. So the writing rules.
The writing is going to rule, and there's no judge, unless they're employing the bad guy rule, who would ever say that a serious lawyer who put the consent in writing, yet somehow mysteriously, allowed it to get expansive based on trust me, bro, because they'll never do anything.
It's Judge Diane Frenier, and it's a Norfolk County case. It had been Canoni's case. Judge Frenier sits, I think, in Plymouth or Middlesex, but she's trying it in Norfolk County. So buckle up.
Oh my God. What a mess. They're the gift that keeps on giving, though, for interesting content.
No shortage of content out of Norfolk County.
Insane. It's just like one regular county in Massachusetts has more scandals and absurdity than the rest of the country combined. It's insane.
Thank you so much for jumping on. I'm going to jump to the super chats, and then we're going to pivot over to Stephen Stearns. Thank you. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. That was awesome. You asked for it. You got it. If Mark is available, he always jumps on. Thank you, Snark Tank, for your interesting question, which I will not. Would you rather be called Yuri's nickname forever or be the Coldplay CEO? Are you asking the chat or me? Because I'm like, happy to be in the bully free zone. Thanks, Glock, for me. Tofu Brains Proctor is suing for reinstatement or for money. He's suing to try and get. Well, he has hearings scheduled. There's an appeals process going on with the Massachusetts State Police to try and get him his job back. So he's looking for his job back. He's not suing for money at this point. Thanks for asking. Dennis, incredible interview with you and Turtle Boy. You are the Larry King of interview questions in female form. Oh, thank you. I like to say it's more of a conversation really than an interview. And I think those are the best kind, right? Because you're not going to we pivoted so much. I had so many things I wanted to ask and I just had general notes. And then depending on the answers, that's where we went with it. So thank you for that. Sarah, Mel, my kids were playing court. They had red Solo cups and showed the fan at sidebar. I got curious hearing I'll allow it in their room. That's hilarious, Sarah. That is so funny. Edwina says, what is this magic? We love you. Vetero, thanks for your 20. Smurf Anna, the lack of understanding of ethical obligations goes above Lally. Someone had to train him when he started.
Cold mornings, cracked pavement, courthouse steps. He's there before sunrise while the world still rests. No cameras needed, no spotlight glare. Just a man with a purpose, always standing there. Facing the crowd, but the fight in his veins. Truth in his hands, pushing through the rain. Karen sees him, she knows what it means when you've got boots on the ground and you fight for your dreams. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no glory, just a promise kept. credit, don't ask for praise. Just fight in the good fight in 1,000 ways. When the cameras fade and the voices die, he's still right there, never asking why. He's got a handshake that you can trust, eyes that don't blink when it comes to us. Karen smiles because she knows it's true. She's got a soldier and his name's CPU. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no hoarding, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. When the courthouse is empty and the crowd's gone home, Tom's still walking, he's never alone. 1,000 steps, 1,000,000 prayers, because justice don't sleep and neither does he care.